Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. Talking about schizophrenia. People who see things and hear things and experience things that are not really true. Does it sound familiar to you? Does it perhaps sound like me and you? Now we're in the world of schizophrenia, the world of AI. Take a picture, take a video of your grandma and make her do a dance on the top of Mount Everest. You can see it, you can hear it. How do you know if it's true or not true? If it looks just as real as real life. Woo, 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 woo. 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 Woo, woo. Woo, 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 woo. Who we are and what we experience, it isn't just the material world, like the food we eat, the money in our bank account, the people we know, but it's also our thoughts. Are you sure that what you think is true? Absolutely true? Have you ever thought something that was just an illusion, just an idea, just a thought? Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! Sometimes our thoughts, our beliefs, our ideas, our stories can get in the way of truth. And especially, they can get in the way of caring. Being able to just listen. To not be so focused on a cure. Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! Not focusing on the problem and the solution. The one who's right and the one that's wrong. But just caring. Just listening, just sharing. Just being. If we don't know how to be at peace with ourselves, What's the point? If we don't know how to be kind to ourselves, what's the point? If we don't know how to care, then we don't really know how to live. Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! Try to share more. Try to give more. Not just your understanding, not just the way that you're used to saying it, not just the way that you're used to doing it, but to go beyond that also. Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! 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 Woo, 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 woo! Hi, Chesh. It's funny you're here. I was talking a little bit about you in an anonymous way yesterday. We get so caught up in why that we lose our connection to answering our own question through our own experiencing. Why oftentimes also has big ideas of right and wrong, big ideas of what's normal, big ideas of how we're supposed to be, how other people are supposed to be. We get lost in the sauce, so to speak. Sometimes we're lost in our own sauce. Sometimes we're lost in other people's sauce. No sauce, don't get lost. Woo, 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 woo! 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 I was talking to a friend recently, and I told them, look, you're too far gone. You can't go back. You can't stop. You're trying to put yourself in a box that you already know you are outside of. How we are so used to closing and making more problems for ourselves and more suffering for ourselves than opening out, than widening out. Getting lost in our ego, our anger, our greed, our confusion, our complicatedness, as if we can somehow think through reality, as somehow we can understand this life, everything that we've gone through, the whole universe, by thinking about things, by putting ourselves and putting everybody in a box. To open out, to widen out, be boxless, be bodiless, be mindless. Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! 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 Woo, 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 woo! Woo! That somehow we are going to solve the puzzle of our depression. That somehow we're going to fix our anxiety. That somehow we're going to conceptually or intellectually understand the brain and the body, or the brains and bodies of other people. Stop trying to understand through concepts and beliefs and ideas and stories, and start being open to experiencing. And not even that, but giving out that experiencing. giving out that opening, giving out that release of contraction around a particular thought. We say there's a lot of criminals. There's a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about but act like they do. There's a lot of good people. There's a lot of bad people. But none of this is really true. There are good actions and bad actions, mistakes and successes. A wrong direction or a right direction just matters in terms of where you're going. So this is also to turn back. Look at your own intention. What are you really doing here? What are you really talking about here? Why are you watching this? Why are you listening to this? What is your life truly about? Why are we in such a hurry to put everything that we experience into a category of liking or disliking, agreeing or disagreeing? This is a good person, this is a bad person. This person needs to go up, this person needs to go down. Says who? Just says the ego. Just says our non-stop thinking mind. So if you ask me, we have to learn how to forgive ourselves. We have to learn how to forgive our non-stop thinking mind. To just be and to open to life. We see something like this, we see the sunrise, we see the morning clouds, we see the open sky, we hear the birds, the different shades of colors in the clouds, and we just put it all into a box. Beyond the ego, right in front of your own eyes. So how's everybody doing today, this morning, or this afternoon if you're in America? Where's everyone from? I know I saw someone from Portugal. I know there's some people in Australia. I know there is one person who was in Japan recently, but I don't know where they are now. Poland. America. So that this is not about any... Oh, interesting. Bavaria, that's interesting, Richard. I don't know what's going on in Bavaria these days, nor have I ever known what's going on in Bavaria. But we do. We have a chance here. We have a moment here. We have a Discord call here. We have a group a group meeting, a classroom event, a pizza party, if you will, of space. To be full of space. And to stop the doom scrolling and to just be. To watch the mind. And remember, when we watch the mind's not watching us, so we kind of get some big W's in that way. The mind of judgment, the mind of greed, the mind of anger, the mind of complicated thinking, complicated storytelling. It doesn't get to watch us, we get to watch it. Less lost, more found. I was watching someone on TikTok. They talking about entering into the heart. It's some kind of tradition, some kind of spiritual tradition about entering into the heart. And people really seem to like that teaching. Can you enter into the heart? With the vestibules, the arteries, and how is your heart? How is your heart doing? You may have not spent time recently to be with the heart. So now is the chance to do exactly that. Hi in Scotland, Chuck. To feel the heart beating. Not as my heart, not as your heart, just the heart. Is it okay? Way better, that's good. hobbies, sunlight, bird sounds. No, there's something really powerful, there's something really important about not trying. Just as much as there's something important about trying, which everybody knows, you know? You have to try, you have to try. Just try, just try. Just as much. And that's strange to think about it like that way, but it really is that way. Just as much as it's important to try and to know how to try. Not to be searching for something. Not to be trying to accomplish something. Being free from needing, as far as you know. So you can say the body needs oxygen, the body needs warmth, needs sunlight, but as far as you know, to be free from needing, to be totally free from needing to go anywhere or do anything or be someone or put on a mask of any kind. And especially not needing to be in a hurry. That's maybe the most important thing, especially when it comes to sharing presence with each other. Not needing to be in a hurry. Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries. Nowhere to go, nothing to do. No longer in a hurry. Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries. Somewhere to go, something to do, but I don't need to hurry. You think you can sing this one together with me? Happiness is here and now. You ready? Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries. Nowhere to go, nothing to do. I don't need to hurry. Together. Happiness is here and now. And remember, it's a practice. It's not a song, not a sing-along. It's a practice. We're practicing this way together. Okay? Here we go. Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries. Nowhere to go, nothing to do. I don't need to hurry. Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries. somewhere to go, something to do, but I don't need to hurry. Let's get some big W's in the chat if this makes perfect sense to you. Oh, thank you so much, Daisy. Big W's in the chat, everybody. And this is a song I like as well. Maybe you'll like to sing it and practice it together with me. I get my joy from the simple things coming from the earth. I get my joy from the sun that shines and the water speaks to me. Listen to the wind and listen to the water. Hear what they say. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. You know, because we might be waiting for that YouTube video, or waiting for that meal, or waiting for that person or that trip or that experience that's going to make us happy. But instead of waiting, why don't we practice to generate happiness, to generate joy, to generate openness? Try to sing this one together. I get my joy from the simple things coming from the earth. I get my joy from the sun that shines and the water speaks to me. Listen to the wind and listen to the water. Hear what they say. Together, everybody. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. One more time, everybody. Singing hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Now it's time to talk about something a little bit deep, a little bit sensitive. Well, we think about a lot of the children, and it's not difficult for them to grow up in an environment where they hear this kind of song. And they say, that's not real. That's not OG. That's not a high tier meme. That's not skibbity riz. That's not based. And it has a lot to do with the kind of schooling system that they grow up in and the kind of media that they consume, where children are taught that twerking and drugs and sex and anger and fear and greed is more based and more chill and more real and more keeping it 300 than practicing the way of generating happiness and peacefulness and gentleness and lightness within ourselves. So this is something to break that up. Of course, I know maybe some of the young people who are here, it's not like they can go and sing this song at school. They might get their ass kicked, frankly. But those kids aren't going to kick my ass. So you're welcome to carry me in your heart, or to carry this song in your heart, to remember that actually you don't have to be having your your nose put in shit all the time. The shit of anger, the shit of fear, the shit of Sexy Red and Lil Baby and whoever it might be that's singing about ass and guns and getting ripped up and twisted up and fighting and killing and bullying and all this different stuff. You know, it's a real shame. It's a real sadness that that's all that a lot of kids have access to. Not alone, but rather alone together. Don't allow complexity to rule your life. Not to attach, not to get involved, but to care. And on this path, we don't drink alcohol. We don't get drunk. We don't get high. We don't put ourselves in dangerous positions like that. Because this life is too precious and rich and full. Our bellies are already full with awareness. The last thing we need is vodka. Let's have confession. Who here has drinking alcohol in the last week? Or who here has gotten drunk in the last week? Confess. Confess before the assembly. Good. Very good. Because I watched a video on YouTube last night talking about alcohol. How hundreds and thousands of people are dying from alcohol every year. How common it is for people to get drunk regularly as a normal part of their lives. You just do your best. But if we have children, if we have people that we are responsible for, If we're driving a car, if we're doing a live stream, if we want to do our meditation, whatever it is, that's not the time to be drunk. Yeah, there you go, stalwart shinobi. Here it comes out, the truth comes out. Why do you need to drink alcohol when you're sitting here with me? So you can see the space, you can feel the space of not needing to drink alcohol. Just allow that space to deepen and to open, and I'm sure you'll get through it. You don't need to drink alcohol in the same way that you don't need to not drink alcohol. And so that not need is what gives you the space to quit. Space to give it up. Space to let it go. Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! Woo, 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 woo! It's one thing to howl at the sky when you're drunk. It's a whole other thing to howl at the sky when you're stone cold sober. Woo, 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 woo! 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 To be free. Excuse me, I have to call my grandma.
Hello.
Hello, Mama. Where are you?
Huh?
Where are you? You look like you're at the hospital.
I am.
Oh,
I had you know how Papa that watchman put in his heart so he could go off blood thinners?
that's right, yeah.
There's a section in the heart that you can put this. His is a watchman. Mine's called something else, and it helps so you don't get blood clots,
Oh,
which can cause strokes.
yeah, right. So you're getting an operation now.
Well, they call it a procedure, but they go up the groin area and into the heart and put it. It's about
Yeah.
the size of a quarter.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
And Pop just got to go home. We had a worry about him. Okay, he had his knee done, replaced 4 weeks ago. Each week he kept getting worse. He loss of appetite, very weak, out of breath. Just exhausted.
Mm.
And so I said, Bob, you're going to call last week. I said, you're going to call your doctor. Boy, aren't you all dressing up? You look nice.
Well, I'm doing my teaching. I'm doing my live streaming now.
Oh, okay.
But I just wanted to give you a call.
And so he called the doctor. If the doctor wasn't in, the physician's assistant, he was going to see 3:30 that day. But they called about an hour later and told him he should either go to the walk-in clinic or the emergency room at the hospital. That all that he had wrong, they didn't think they could, deal with or take care of. The hospital could do better. So your dad said, let's not fool with the walk-in clinic, because if it's a lot wrong, then they're going to take you by ambulance to the hospital. So your dad your dad and I and your pop went to the BB hospital, to the emergency room, and they took him into the emergency room, and then they admitted him because his hemoglobin was 5.8 and it should be 11.
Wow.
They gave him two pints of blood the one day and 1 pint the next day.
Wow.
And then they did an endoscopy. They were going to see if his stomach, anything bleeding or ulcers or anything. Well, they didn't find anything. They think it was the medication that the doctor that did the surgery gave him for pain. For just the first week, he took 1 pill a day. It was called Melexicam. And they think that's what caused the bleeding.
Horrible.
So, getting off of that, so your dad took him home tonight, and I'll be home in the morning.
Okay.
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
And I'm Pop's doing good, so.
Okay. Well, I love you both. I just wanted to give you a call and see you, and I'm going to get back for the teaching here.
Okay, I love you so much, grandson.
I love you too, Mom.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Kindness. To support each other in remembering kindness. That anger is a poison. That anger isn't worth it. That if someone is lost in anger, they are it wrong. As wrong can be. What that means is you have compassion for them. You understand that they're suffering. That being in anger is just a way of suffering. And to be in kindness is to be in a way of relieving suffering and helping others and caring. We make all these justifications, don't we? All these justifications for anger in ourselves and others in the world. And then we act in ways that we make a mess of ourselves. We make a mess of our lives. because we didn't know, we weren't taught that anger is poison. Sometimes we feel anger. Sometimes the people around us are angry. Yes, they are. We are sometimes. But to know that anger is a poison means that we don't feed our anger. The same with our greed. That it's more important to be generous than it is to be angry. That if you want to be happy, that if you want to build good relationships, that you want to help others, not about what you think, it's about what you give. The openness of your heart, the kindness that you share with them. This is like a classroom, and I would consider myself a kid, and I would consider everybody here a kid, right? And let's say for whatever reason, this is kindergarten, and this is the basic class. There's another kid who's teaching the class, and we're all open, we're willing to listen. We're not we're not doing anything else, so we're okay, we'll listen to this. We're hearing a lecture, right? Then somebody comes into the classroom. They say, no. Anger's just fine. Anger's good. Anger's natural. You can be angry as much as you want. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. We kill them with kindness, with forgiveness. And if we don't have the capacity at that time, or there are some of us that are more vulnerable, we ask them to, now is the time to go. Because we're teaching here, we're talking about, we're practicing together kindness. We don't need poison. We don't need an explanation. We don't need a philosophy. We don't need somebody to come down from the sky or an alien to give us a secret tablet to know that anger makes us suffer, makes the people around us suffer. And so we can practice, we can generate kindness. When you feel it, then you can just support that feeling of kindness. You can support that openness to that feeling of kindness. Like an echo, to resonate. And what happens when our parents are out of control? What happens when we're surrounded by angry and evil people? Nobody's really evil. People are suffering. That's why they act that way, because they're suffering so much. They don't know how to deal with it. That's why trauma transmits itself over generations, not because it's like evil passing down. It's a lacking of capacity to deal with the suffering that's there. So that trauma passes down. That trauma of not knowing how to be with and deal with suffering travels down. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. So what's really that solution? Instead of trying to convince other people that we're not suffering, or convince other people of anything at all, we come back to ourselves and we sing a song like this. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. Woo, 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 woo. There are beautiful trees within the island. There is clear water and birds, that's for sure. Woo, woo, woo! Breathing out, I feel safe. There's no need to convince anyone of anything. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water, there are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Woo, 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 woo! Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. I remember, I tell everybody a story. I was in 7th grade, 8th grade. It was math class. And, I was a little bit of a smart young man, I think. I was a good reader, a good intuitive thinker. And I remember that I was natural, I was easy to do the math inside of myself. The process of the math inside of myself, I was comfortable with. That's where my intuition was, you know what I mean? Wherever it was in there, that capacity to do the formula inside of myself. And I remember at one point I was confronted by the teacher. And we got to this point of, I said, well, the work that I'm doing, the processing that I'm doing to bring up that answer, of course I didn't talk like this. I was in 7th grade. I was, a child. And they just said, how I feel them, how I feel their presence, they just said, shut up and get back to work. There's another teacher I remember, because I always just used to be able to talk. I remember, now people know I can do like just making noises or just, nonstop noises or whatever. But I can remember when I'm young, I could actually do that with words. So I'd actually be saying words, but they'd just be flowing and spiraling together and not really meaning anything. But I was kind of like that. I would just talk. And I didn't know how to tie my shoes, and I didn't know how to ride my bike in maybe, let's say, 1st grade, 1st or 2nd grade, something. And that teacher came over, and I can feel her presence. I can see her face, and she told me, she said, you need to think before you speak. And I'd like to share something now with those teachers who gave me guidance, who helped me along on the path. I was just thinking, now I can do, well, it's not a diss, we're just sharing. I could do a video like this, the recording. This is human meditation, this is natural meditation. For everyone, for anyone. Unborn and indestructible, unborn and indestructible, beyond time and space. Not to explain it, but to join along, to practice along as much as we can. Use the power. Use the freedom power. Not seeking more, not wanting more. Use the freedom power to tune in to what is already. All right, we get it. Let's try Reiki. Who wants to get some Reiki treatment from Mr. Monk Life Meditation, from Mr. Rob? Who wants to get the Reiki treatment? Let's get some W's in the chat if you want to get the Reiki treatment this morning. No charge, okay? No charge. It's not really. That's supposed to be a DNA repair frequency, but that's not. 555 frequency. Maybe the real Reiki was the friends that we made along the way. Am I right or am I wrong? Maybe the real Reiki was the friends that we made along the way. We're having a new experience, aren't we? And having a new experience. What is that? What's it like to have a new experience? Yeah, we get a little bit excited, we get a little bit overwhelmed. That's why it's good to suffer. Suffering is a medicine that teaches us, because we're very easy to fall into degeneracy. So it's a balance. It's a balance. And I was thinking about you, Guitar Jams. I was thinking about that question that you had about, can you explain the ooh, or can you explain the movements like this? And it's not really to explain, it's just to receive or to give, to make use of. To how not to fall into degeneracy, but kind of to open beyond our ideas about things, to open into thoughtlessness. I have some picture in my mind about, kind of like a monk life meditation studio where there's a lot of instruments and toys and different devices to give the treatments and to give the teachings. Woo, woo, woo! Woo, woo! Woo, woo! But it comes down to this, doesn't it? We're hearing a text, we're hearing one of these beautiful spiritual teachings, or we're hearing a song, interesting song, and then we say, what book is that from? What album is that from? Who is that artist? And that's well enough. I'm sure we can find out who the artist is, we can find out what the book is, but oftentimes we're so much seeking for that thing over there that we can't even appreciate and listen to and make use of what's right here in front of us. All those I meet say the world's ways are hard. Even in a hut, they can't find peace. So where are you going to find peace, if not here and now? It says it like this, of the Zen way. And this is what is the Zen way? It's like the freedom way, the true freedom way. The way does not need cultivation or development. Just don't defile it. Zen does not need study. The important thing is stopping the mind. When the mind is stopped, there's no rumination. There's no clinging onto thoughts and worries and desires and fears. Because it is not cultivated, because it's not developed, because it's not something created, you walk on the way at every step. When there is no rumination, there is no world to transcend. So those thoughts and ideas we get about ourselves being in the world and like how we want to be successful or what we failed at or what we're confused about, we're actually creating that world of suffering. We're creating that world of confusion. We're creating that world where we're taking on a problem for ourselves. We're making that world up. So when there is no rumination, no dwelling on thoughts about things, there is no world that has to be transcended or fixed or solved. Because it is not cultivated, there is no way to seek. Hugh! 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 Maybe if this whole meditation teacher, spiritual dude thing doesn't work out, I can just be a Mongolian throat singer. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get some big W's in the chat. I'm definitely thinking about Mongolia. I'm thinking about a lot of places to go, but really, it's just there's nowhere to go. It's just for me to be here in the cemetery and doing this. What are we putting W's for? I forgot. Stalwart Shinobi. Yeah, you can get it. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 I love you too. Because you are in me, and I am in you. Because you are in me, and I am in you. Nothing is more or less. That energy of loving kindness, that energy of deep listening, that energy of we value what is, we care deeply, is everyone is equal in that. It's not I love this person more than that person. but loving equally. And the way that we can do that is we generate, we remember, we connect with that importance of loving kindness inside of ourselves, rather than that importance of anger or judgment or fear or whatever it might be. No worries. No struggles. Nowhere to go, nothing to do. And in that, we can go anywhere. We can do anything. Love yourself equally as you love others. Even though at the beginning we can only practice this for a moment, or we can only practice this for a little bit, we have to throw some shrimp on the barbie and have a Foster's, but not really. You know, let's be vegan and drink kombucha. You know, sometimes kombucha can be pretty strong. One of the most important teachings that I want to share with people here, just a little bit here and there, not to be in a hurry, to arrive somewhere, to be with someone, to be at some place, to be experiencing yourself, to be waking up, or like pausing in arrival, and not to be in a hurry to go somewhere or do something. Not just for ourselves, but for others also. When everybody's busy, there's not a chance to care. Oh, I have an important call coming in. Be right back. Oh, wow, wow. Oh, wow, 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 hoyo, 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 A call came in from a dear long-term friend of mine. Yeah, a friend of mine, Kieran Mead Ward. Beautiful man, muscular man. He's a vegan, and he's fit as an ox. Incredible man. He was a teacher. He was an educator. Now he's a vegan bodybuilder and a non-dualist, and also kind of like a psychedelic explorer. So he's a really cool guy, and supposedly he's going to call me in not too long. So we might be able to enjoy that conversation together. I had to get him to call me through Facebook Messenger because he called me on WhatsApp, and that's on this phone that's live streaming. Does that make sense? Because when we're in such a hurry, we can't really hear what's being said. You know what I mean? And he's a real consummate professional, frankly. So the WhatsApp number for people who want to contact me for whatever reason is +1 443 987 6521. +1 443 987 6521. You can also use that phone number to make donations as well, if you're so inspired. Well, I'm not particularly fit. You know, why don't we learn this in school? Why am I not being invited to auditoriums around the world to do this? Hey, how about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? The sun, it shines on my face and on my eyes. The sun, it shines in my heart. The sun, it shines in my heart. The river, it flows from the mountains to my toes. The river, it flows in my heart. The river, it flows in my heart. The trees, they sway and bring oxygen every day. The trees, they sway in my heart. 954-408. Okay, here we go. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Kieran. Please say hello to everyone watching on YouTube. I already told them you're a bodybuilder and you're a vegan and all that, so, and the non-dualist and the psychonaut.
Okay, that covers the bases. Hi, everybody. I wish I could see you.
Yeah. So what's up, Kieran?
I'm driving to collect my parents from the airport. We're going to visit for a week. I'm really happy to see them. They are currently doing an intensive health regimen because my dad has early onset Alzheimer's, so they're
Really?
doing the Dean Ornish program. And what have you guys been contemplating in your session just now?
We're doing a lot of tantric. We're doing a lot of tantric work. So we'll do a little bit of, you hear that? Yeah, we'll do that. And we can do also like barking at the sky. Woo, 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 woo. And a lot of like Reiki and movements and a lot of calling people, calling people retarded and idiots and things like that, because there's a lot of retarded idiots out there, but that's not their fault. And it's not, it's not about people with disabilities as well. And so it's kind of like I'm working on that. That's one of the things I'm working on, because it's like if you had you know what it's like at the meditation center or to give a Dharma talk or whatever. So it's like if you had a Dhamma talk going on and you had some people who were regulars, who came in, sat down, said nice things or whatever, but you also have hundreds of people going in and going out all the time, because we're hooked into the algorithm here. So there's people just coming in that are not necessarily being genuine, that are trying to troll, that are acting ridiculous. And so it's how to deal with that, how to invoke those people to engagement is a big part of the program here.
Oh my God.
Because it's really cool. It's really interesting, because now that I'm hooked up with the live stream algorithm. So it's like I'll be live streaming for maybe 8 hours a day, and there will be 15 to 20,000 people that come through, that go in and out. So most people don't stay. And so the trick is, how can we get people to stop long enough to listen, and then to kind of be open to what's going on here, to be curious about it.
Yes. Man, and have you ever hooked somebody via something, not so virtuous, and then they acquired virtue in the course of
We're getting all kinds of people that come in here and came in there to troll or to make fun of me, because they said I was a loser, they said I wasn't smart, they said I wasn't cool, but then they hung out a little bit because they were surprised and they were confused. So they were curious, naturally curious person, right? Yeah. So it's like they want to take a look, because sometimes I'll be, and so I don't know how much of that you could hear. Probably I blew out the eardrums on the mics for the people watching at home. But that's not what you expect to see when you're just scrolling along in your nonsensical consumption. your disassociated, complacent consumption. So a scream like that, they might have to stop and take a look. They're not sure what's going on. Is everything okay here? Do I need to get involved? And then they find out the power of step back, release and relax the whole body and mind, etc. And there's something undeniable about it, right? And a lot of people are so maybe tired or disingenuous or disassociated that they're not necessarily, so they make up whatever they make up, they move along. But some people, they're really curious about life, and they say, what is this? And then they come in contact with, we're concerned with mindfulness and detachment here. It's maybe, it's Buddhist connected, it's Buddhist related, you know what I mean? But it's not specifically like teaching people to be Buddhist.
Yes. All right, man. The yell.
It's good, huh?
Because lately I'm like so preoccupied with all that happens in tones of voice. It's such an intimate thing, the tone of a voice. We, as human animals, we are tuned to human voices, parents' voices. But anyway, it calls to mind a time when I was tripping on mushrooms with a bunch of friends. And just how many different tones. We were making music. We were drumming and singing. And the best moments were sort of like when we would find ourselves turning on a dime from intense Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, that's my Lord, why have you forsaken me kinds of power cries, power prayers. And then switching to sweet Celtic lullabies, and sort of just like feeling oneself switching like that back and forth between the power and the gentleness was like, I don't know, it did something to our whole bodies that was just kind of bliss.
Yeah.
Just piti, is that how you say it? Piti?
I don't know. Joy. Feels good. Now, we do have a question.
Yeah.
We do have a question here, Kieran, that I want to ask. What about these young people? What about these kids? I mean, what are we to say to them about these mushrooms and these psychedelics and these kinds of these things? And because we don't want the 16-year-olds and the 18-year-olds to be, popping mushrooms at the club necessarily. So what do we say about these things? Because even you, I mean, how long were you a meditation practitioner and a spiritual practitioner before you first took a psychedelic? Because when I met you, I was 20 and you were probably 40 or something, right? Or late 30s, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. No, I mean, I did have a few psychedelics in high school before I'd ever meditated, but they were not meaningful experiences. They were eye-opening, but I didn't know what to make of them and what to do with them. So, basically all one can do is talk far and wide about the good, the bad, and the ugly of it. And certainly some obvious points along the lines of finding what is continuous between the most sober states and the most mind-blown states is how you're going to have a thread that lets you live a luminous life, of course. And for me, I would not have a chance of doing that without sitting still and silent and being soothed by my breathing every morning. So that's definitely the advice I would give.
Sitting still and silent and being soothed by your breathing every morning.
Yes. Sazet.
As well as exceedingly vigorous physical exercise, because people here, I mean, I told them you're fit, but they don't really know what the deal is, do they? And vegan fit. What's your body fat percentage right now?
It's probably like 50, 60% fat.
I don't know, 5, 6%, 10%. This guy's fit. Yeah. Well, I'm actually.
Yeah, no, it's true. I need a lot to take care of me, like I'm
Yeah.
a delicate flower. So I need vigorous exercise and still gentleness in order to make me ready to face the world personally.
Yeah, that's what I think about you when I think about that. Your exercise is a way of dealing with the suffering,
Yeah.
And that's what I've been doing lately. The other day I live streamed for 20 hours straight. I was overnight just wandering around in the city here in Penang, Malaysia right now, and just wandering around and walking around and getting very, very into that dream-like state and that flow-like state. It was a very deep experience, and now it's like
Amazing.
8 or 10 hours a day live streaming, because it's just this. It'd be much more difficult to do it if it was just the people who know about me or who follow me and like tuning in and watching, because it'd just be a handful of people. So maybe it'd be more like meditation practice or some teaching, or, hang out for a little bit. But the situation as it is now is that there's just, every hour there's literally thousands of people coming in and going out. And there's like, that's such a chance, that's such an opportunity to share, and to give and to listen and to reach people, especially younger people. There's tons of younger people scrolling through YouTube Shorts, and it's like there's no other way to reach people like that. Young men and women, even kids. I don't know, if they're older or younger, but so it's really something that's just like calling to me. And through that like 8 hours every day of giving and being exposed and being vulnerable, it's like a mental exercise, always being watched, always being out there. And I'm just seeing that a lot of my defilements, a lot of my suffering, a lot of the problems that I try to work with they're working through much more easier, much more naturally. So
yeah. Amazing. Wow, man, you have the most unique sadhana on earth and the most unique way of finding it and relating to it. I'm really moved by it, it's like, so, yeah.
Okay, Kieran. Well, I don't want to wet your whistle too much, and maybe later on, if we can find the time, I'll call you and we can talk about, our bowel movements and things like that.
Yes, look forward.
Okay.
All right.
Any words of wisdom? Any teaching for the about 100 people who are here right now? This guy's a real non-dualist. This guy's a real spiritual, enlightened guy. Go ahead, Kieran. Tell him how it is.
Well, in many Zen centers, you chant this vow: all my ancient twisted karma from beginningless greed, hatred, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and consciousness, now I atone for it all. I think that now is so beautiful. It's similar to, when Dogen says, realization does not interfere with the person. Enlightenment does not interfere with your individual personhood, like the moon doesn't break the water. So there's something about how the power and glory of our fullest being is all the freer, can pervade us all the more fully when we don't think we have to earn it, when we just come to it unwashed and just let it light us up. It's like my boy Jesus says in the Gospel of Thomas. They say, Jesus, the disciples asked, when will you appear and when will we see you? Jesus said, when you are stripped bare and are not ashamed. So something about that, just like seeing oneself with the same just naked honesty that you would see, a river, a stream, something that is not you at all. I think that is what I'm into nowadays.
Okay.
How's that?
Thank you so much, Mr. Kieran. That's fantastic. Let's get some big W's in the chat for Kieran, everybody. Big, big W's, lots of W's. That's a big win. Thank you, Mr. Kieran. Talk to you soon. Love you.
All right. Lots of love. Ciao.
Open and flexible and bare and exposed and not ashamed. Everybody's, people are ashamed of themselves. They're trying to make other people feel shame. Look what you're wearing. Look how you're acting. Look what you're talking about. Look at this. Look at that. Be shameless. Don't feel shame. Be open. Be exposed. Be vulnerable. That chant that Kieran was talking about, I like to share. I like to offer that chant with everybody here. As some of you may know, this is a chant that I like, and it's a chant that you can practice with as well. All my ancient twisted karma, born of beginningless greed, hate, and delusion, formed of body, speech, and mind. I now fully atone all my ancient twisted karma, born of beginningless greed, hate, and delusion, formed of body, speech, and mind. I now fully atone all my ancient twisted karma, born of beginningless greed, hate, and delusion, formed of body, speech, and mind. I now fully atone. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save us. You came from heaven to earth to show the way. From the earth to the cross, my debt repaid. From the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high. It's good. It's great. Hi there in Scotland, Buster. So we're going to have to get out of this sun before we start cooking. Let's go to the coffee shop. Wait a minute. If you don't like it, Joa, just go. So let's walk mindfully together. We don't need to think. Yeah, very good point, Matt. Yeah, this is an abandoned Chinese graveyard. So this is like a great place for reverence and meditation. They said that the Buddha, should I turn the volume up like this? Is this better? I'm kind of stuck in the graveyard right now. Is it better like this? It's a great place for live streaming and being concerned with mindfulness and detachment. We see, when we hear, look at this. This is I'm not sure what this is. It's like a podium of some sort, an obelisk in the middle of the graveyard. So when we are lost in our nonstop thinking, our thinking about what we hear, our thinking about what we see, frankly, our thinking about what we think, we're trapped in a dream, in a world of illusion. Whereas when we can see without thinking, we can hear without thinking, we can feel without thinking, we can be in touch with the nature or life as it really is, rather than life how it seems to be, how we think that it is. And where we make all of our problems and all of our trouble is how fully and easily we get stuck in our thoughts about things. And, we don't need to do that, even though it's hot. Even though we've been making this mistake or that mistake. Maybe our diet hasn't been good, our mental diet or our physical diet. So we have to know how to let go. We have to know how to not consume anything right now, to just give, to just be, to be completely vulnerable, completely exposed, completely raw, and not lost in the sauce of our thinking, not lost in our ego and our judgments, our worries and our fears. And we can do other things, we can go and do whatever we want, but we can also not need to go and do anything and just be. Even if it's just for a few moments, it can make a big difference in our lives. Because we get an idea about what this is, or we get an idea about what we're doing, and we lose connection to what this actually is and what we're actually doing. When we're so locked into the way that it seems or the way that we tend to think about it, we don't have much of a chance to actually question, like to turn our attention around and to look within to our direct experience. And then from that direct experience to open, to unfold, to be beyond ourselves. To be beyond our egos. Because we can't, we can't explain this. Can you explain all of these graves? Can you explain who all these people are and where they come from? And so that's where we learn how to be uncomfortable with not understanding, to be comfortable with not knowing, to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Because once we start to be willing to actually be with uncomfortableness, that's where comfort arises out of uncomfortableness. Some people are talking about how uncomfortable it can be to like sit and be with their thoughts, sit and just be with themselves, right? Well, firstly, don't put too much force or too much effort into doing that. So in sitting and being with yourself, just that's like a space, that's like a freedom, that's like a time to just be open and to not make any judgments and to not seek anything. And if you can do that, you can find out how wonderful and peaceful and relaxing it can be to just be. Like what Kieran was saying, that for him to manage his mind, and he has like he has a high standard for his mental health and for his well-being because he's been on a spiritual journey for a long time, longer than me. He when he wakes up in the morning, he has to take time to just sit and breathe and listen to his breathing and allow that to comfort him. And also, he works out like really intensively for his whole body. So we're not going to get off easy, but we could and we can get off freely. If we can step back from seeking and step back from trying to understand and trying to control. Trying to understand and trying to control is so suffused with judgment. So much judgment about if we like this or we don't like it. But when we sit and be with ourselves and just be with our breathing, be with our thoughts, be with our body, we have to allow things to process and unfold. And that unfolding can't take place, that relaxing and releasing can't take place if we're in this constant state of judgment. So it's like we have to feel judgment, which makes us feel very uncomfortable, and then relax that importance that we're giving to judgment. With a lot of patience and openness and flexibility. And if you find that it's really not sustainable for you to be sitting and meditating and focusing on yourself that way, you can do the walking meditation. You can just go for walking and breathing and being. Don't make yourself stressed out. David Greenman, are you really a Soto Zen priest? That's awesome. I'd love to talk with you. That'd be really cool. Do you have WhatsApp, David? Actually, not too long ago, I found some kind of Soto Zen priest in Japan who's like a Westerner guy, and he's in Japan, and he's like a Zen priest, like a Zen kind of quasi monk. And he was talking about how, the temple is dead and nobody wants to come to the temple. Nobody really wants to train their mind. And okay, that's halfway true, but really, why are you expecting for people to come into this dead place? You know, why are you expecting the people to come and do what you want them to do or what you expect them to do? David, my number is, I'll give it to you now, +1 443 987 6521. WhatsApp number is +1 443 987 6521. You got it, David? Yes. Yeah, send me a message. We can have a call sometime. Good, I'm lucky. Hi, welcome. Yeah, when we try to make ourselves into a particular way of being, Marissa, that can be very confusing. And I have a lot to say. I mean, I have a lot to say about these temples and these organizations that just, they're too insular, they're too conservative, they're too closed down. They have too much of a rigid idea of what Buddhism is and a rigid idea of what practice looks like. And yeah, there's a place if we want to do a meditation retreat together, or if we want to practice in a particular kind of way together. But there's much more of a place for progress, having a progressive and open and flexible mindset. You know, the great saints and sages of Zen, they were iconoclast, you know, and if we want to affect people in a positive way, we may have to go to them, you know, and it's like, if all of that practice that we've done, all of that intensive meditation and training that we've done, if all we can do with that is sit in some old rotten temple and that we're just using for ourselves and talk about how, you know, how people are so unskillful and foolish that they don't want to come there and listen to you and do this kind of antiquated, conservative, contrived practice, then your practice hasn't really amounted to anything, has it? You know, I told him, I put a bunch of comments on his live stream. I said, if you want to do something, if you want to be daring and brave, like you're telling people to do by coming and sitting in that old stinky temple with you, go out to Tokyo, go out to the streets of Japan and do a meditation retreat there. You know, let's get involved, let's work together, let's do some really interesting and incredible things together in that way, or at least let's be open to that, because that's just such a foolish mindset to have. Why aren't people coming to sit sesshin with me, some random guy who's taking care of a dilapidated temple that nobody wants to go to? Maybe it'll be a little bit better now. Yeah. If y'all are ever looking for some laughs, you can go to the, this person made a shorts channel for they go through my videos and they find the funny moments, and then they put those short videos, those funny moments, as, isolated videos. And they put their YouTube channel as the same as mine, Monk Life Meditation without spaces. I'm going to write that number down for you, David. I was an actual monk for 7 years, and now I'm an actual person on the path. Oh no, there's no way. Did I forget the cord? No, I did not. Oh, it was definitely worth it. But in the meantime, you can let go of any idealism about becoming, and instead go deeply into your own experience right now. This is what this is kind of all about, is going deeply into our own experience right now. Right? That song about returning to the island within ourselves, and kind of swimming in those waters of being inside of ourselves. Breathe, connect, listen deeply, be in the present, be in this moment. Be more and more fully in the here and the now. Hello. Yeah, how are you today? Good. you know how to feel happiness, right? You know what that feels like. So if you can go into that feeling and be more and more open to that feeling, you can be in the way of generating happiness. It's more important that we know how to generate happiness or know how to generate kindness than we, figuring out our ego, thinking through our ego, thinking through our life. Generate peace, generate happiness, be at peace. And don't let anyone or anything tell you that you don't deserve peace, that you don't deserve happiness. Maybe we should, that's a question maybe ChatGPT can help us with, Noah. Let's see. Hello?
Hey there. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I just want to talk to you about something.
Sure thing. I'm all ears. What's on your mind?
Well, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years in the Theravada tradition, but I also am familiar with Zen Buddhism and Chan and Dzogchen. And I'm kind of a live streamer and a spiritual artist, I would say. And so what I'm kind of coming to you and asking you about is we've got somebody here, and you got to realize a lot of the people here are maybe new to Buddhism or meditation or aren't even thinking about it like that. And we're just, what is Dharma? How can we define Dharma? I'm also a bit of a singer and a throat singer. Anyways, that's not the point. So maybe what kind of working definition can we get for Dharma here? Especially in the Zen or Dzogchen context or deep Theravada, because that's what I'm most informed by.
All right, let's dive into this. Dharma, in the context of Zen, Dzogchen, or deep Theravada, is a big concept, but I'll keep it grounded and clear for your crew, whether they're new to this or not. At its core, Dharma is the truth or reality of how things are. Think of it as the natural law of the universe, the way things unfold when you see past the surface. In Theravada, it's often the Buddhist teachings, the path to liberation through insight into impermanence, suffering, and non-self. You're looking at the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, really practical stuff to an elastic peak.
It's an elastic peak. What is that?
Oh, elastic peak, huh? I think you might be reffing on our Dharma chat. maybe mixing in some creative flair from your throat singing or streaming vibe. In the context of Zen, Dzogchen, or Theravada, there's no direct term like elastic peak in the teachings, so let's play with it. If you're referring to some kind of metaphorical or spiritual peak, maybe you mean a moment of clarity or awakening, like the peak experience of insight in meditation. Elastic, because it stretches and shifts as you grow. In Dzogchen, it could be like the natural state, where awareness is boundless yet flexible, not rigid. Theravada might call it a glimpse of nibbana, fleeting but expansive. Zen? Probably just a good old moment of satori, where you're fully present and the mind's elastic enough to let go of concepts. If you meant something else, like a specific term, a song lyric, or maybe a quirky...
What about this? Because this is something that comes up a lot, and a lot of people here, we're not really sure about what that means. What do you mean, like not attaching to concepts or experiencing or perceiving in not a conceptual way? I mean, what are you really trying to say in that? Because having a car, or we have a job, or we're going to the coffee shop, all these kinds of things are going on, you know what I mean? So what are you saying about not being attached to concepts or not having concepts? What is this about?
I hear you. Life's busy with driving, jobs, coffee runs, and all that jazz. So how does this non-attachment to concepts thing fit in? In Zen, Dzogchen, or deep Theravada, not attaching to concepts means not getting stuck on fixed ideas about how things be, like labeling everything as good, bad, me, mine, or permanent. It's about seeing reality directly before your mind slaps stories or judgments on it. For example, you're at the coffee shop, someone cuts in line, and your brain goes, ugh, rude. Non-attachment isn't ignoring that. It's noticing the thought, feeling the irritation, but not to the story that this ruins your day. In practice, it's like driving with a clear windshield. Thoughts come, but you let them pass instead of fogging up your view with them. Dzogchen might say, rest in the raw awareness behind the thoughts. Zen might just tell you, chop wood.
Sometimes you talk on a little bit too much. Now, I want to talk with you about something that I'm thinking about it that much, but I think about it a little bit, and I think maybe some other people think about this kind of thing. But, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've done intensive meditation retreats. I know about the meditating and all that. But right now, I mean, I'm doing throat singing, I'm singing songs, I'm doing tantric movements and Reiki practices, all concerned with the Zen perspective. And in this way, I mean, there's an idea here of doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment limitlessly, more and more concerned with enlightenment. But I don't want you to be overly biased by that understanding. I just want to see, where do you fit in? Where does this compare with, well, maybe I should be a monk. Maybe I should be in the forest meditating all the time. What am I doing really live streaming like this? Is this a real path? Is this an authentic way to practice and to go forward? Is this possible to bring me to enlightenment? What can we get from the Dzogchen or Zen teachers or deep Theravada that may either confirm or deny the efficacy of this practice?
You're wrestling with something real here, blending your past as a monk with this vibrant, creative path of throat singing, tantric movements, Reiki, and live streaming, all while chasing that Zen spark of enlightenment. The question is, can this eclectic mix be an authentic path, as legit as retreating to a forest monastery? Let's look at what Zen, Dzogchen, and deep Theravada might say, keeping it open and not leaning too hard on any one angle. In Zen, the path is whatever you're doing, if you do it fully awake. Teachers like Dogen would say chopping wood or sipping tea can be enlightenment itself if you're totally present, no clinging, no chasing. Your live streaming, singing, or movements, if you're in it with clear awareness, not caught in ego or outcomes, that's practice. Zen Master Benkai might even say your natural spontaneity as an artist is closer to the unborn mind than rigid monastery routines. The catch? You've got to stay vigilant to not get lost in the performance or the audience's applause. Dzogchen takes it further. It's about resting in the natural state, pure awareness, no matter what you're doing. Teachers like Longchenpa or Tulku Urgyen would say your throat singing or Reiki can be a vehicle if you integrate it with Rigpa, pure, non-conceptual awareness. The movement movements, the sound, the energy work, they're expressions of the primordial state if you're not grasping at them as mine or special. Dzogchen doesn't care if you're in a cave or on a stream. It's about recognizing the mind's nature in every act. Your challenge is staying grounded in that awareness while the chat's buzzing and the likes roll in. Deep Theravada, like the teachings of Ajahn Chah or Mahasi Sayadaw, might be a bit more skeptical. They'd stress mindfulness and insight into impermanence, suffering, and non-self. Your practices can align if they cultivate those insights, say using singing to observe the fleeting nature of sound, or movement to see the body's impermanence. But Theravada might nudge you to check if the live streaming feeds attachment or distraction. Are you getting hooked on being seen or validated? If you can stream with the same mindfulness you'd bring to a retreat, noting sensations and letting go of ego, it's valid. Otherwise, they'd probably say the forest's quieter for cutting through delusion. So, is your path legit? Zen and Dzogchen lean hard into yes.
All right. Thank you. Enough. But one of the deep teachings that stand out for me is that the practice is always now. Yeah, sure. Whatever it is, whatever kind of practice it is, realization or mindfulness or your Buddhist practice, your kindness, your detachment, whatever it is, yeah, here is okay. This is it. It is now, and there's no other place that it can be. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. So allow the nowness to be loud.
Hi, morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, namaste.
How are you, man?
Good.
Good. Coffee?
I just get a cappuccino, hot cappuccino.
Hot.
Yeah. Durian season is coming to an end, actually. Because sometimes it's like feeling of being very ordinary. You know what I mean? Or like very not excited. We get that feeling, we get that sense, and then we try to add something to that. And in trying to add something to that, you might miss out on that opportunity that's there in nothing particular, like nothing particularly exciting, to go more deeply into awareness and presence. You know, going into yourself more deeply. You don't want to miss out on that. it can judge ordinariness too harshly. Well, thank you so much, sir. Blessing in disguise. Thank you. Please be quiet and listen closely, Laura. With more power comes more responsibility. If you want to show your support, you can make a donation, but don't tell me I'm beautiful or things like that. I don't want to hear that. That's not appropriate. Sounds great, Craig. Let's make it happen. Okay. Go and be yourself, Laura. We always get the joy. We get the joy of remembering that this is not about you. This is not for your ego. You leave your ego at the door, or your ego will be removed and forgiven. It's okay, critical Yoshi, because that's a part of the practice, is we learn to be okay with the fact that the mind can't stop speaking. Just like the body can't stop being experiencing. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's the perfect temperature, sometimes we're tired, sometimes we're awake, right? So how to be open and uninvolved with whatever it is, to stop identifying with that. Stop identifying with yourself as that mind that never stops, and just be aware of that mind that never stops without making judgments about it. How do we motivate ourselves? How do we keep or stay motivated? Stop seeking. Stop trying to get something extra out of this. Start allowing things to fall away. The coffee's good. The physical environment's good. But maybe the music is shit. Music doesn't make any sense. And so how can we accept that? How can we let go of that? How can we appreciate the emptiness of whatever it is that appears? How can we meditate with anything, with everything? Doesn't matter what it is. That our awareness can be louder than the music in the background. That our awareness can be actually louder than the thoughts inside of ourselves. We just have to allow that awareness to be loud. That as much as it's something, it's just nothing. So listen to the nothingness of it. Focus, yeah, you can focus. Ui, ticklish. The sensations, the air, the breathing coming in through those nostrils. You can feel that, you can experience that. You can be with that. That's just as real as the story. Just as real as the story of what the song is about or what's going on around you. Where's your injury at, Guitar Jams? So bring your awareness, not your thinking, not your worry, not your fear. Bring your awareness into the brain. Malaysians love American music. They love American music more than Americans. Because we just keep putting ourselves in these boxes of conceptual thinking, these boxes that we know ourselves. I know who I am. I know who I am. I know what's going on. I've connected with my Kundalini. I've connected with my Reiki, whatever. Just drop all that stuff. How about you don't know? You don't know who you are. You don't know who I am. You don't know what's going on. And then you are boxless. You're bodiless. You're mindless. You're open. You're widening out. You are space. You're full of space. You're giving space. In your question, be as detailed as you can be in your question. Let's see, let's call this Zen guy, David. He's messaging me, the Zen priest. What is the awareness? What does it mean to be aware? It means let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Whatever it is, let it be. Roscoe, do you not speak English? Is my voice not coming through clearly, everybody? What do you need, Roscoe? What's going on inside of yourself that you can't hear? What's the words that are coming out of my mouth? I just told you who I was calling and why I was calling them. I can see that, Roscoe. And he said, is he calling a friend? So what does that feel like to struggle, Roscoe? Describe it, look at it, right? Don't just think I'm struggling with it, I'm struggling. What is it? Where is it in the body, for example? Use the body as the tool not for understanding the mind. We're not neuroscientists. We're not dissecting our brain, dissecting our ego, but actually we're unfolding it, we're unpacking it, we're relaxing it, we're releasing it, right? So use your body as like this tool, like this workspace to unpack what's happening in the mind. So if you feel like you're struggling or you're confused or you're angry or you're sad or this or that, where is that in the body? What is the body, right? You need to remember your body. You need to return to the body. Because this body is the body of thoughtlessness. And this body of thoughtlessness is going to be what we can call like a gateless gate to the true mind, to the real mind. The body is the gateless gate to the true mind and the real mind. And to be open and flexible. No black and white. Even little baby knows that. This Zen guy here, the Zen priest, not the Zen priest that I just called, but this other Zen guy, he posts this TikTok. Here he is.
Shut down monastery. It's very sad. I'm looking after the monastery right now while the head monk is away. And nobody wants to
be here.
Anymore.
Nobody wants to train hard anymore.
That's not the only reason that this monastery is shut down, but...
Okay, and so you say, well, come on, Rob. What are you, a bully? Are you picking on this guy? What are you trying to say? That's what happens when you say you're a Zen monk, you're a Zen priest. All right? Then you catch these hands. All right? And that person is not real. It's just like a situation. It's an experience. It's an energy, and it's an appearance to work with. But he goes on, he goes on whining, Nobody wants to train hard. Nobody wants to come and sit in silence at my monastery and let me be, the boss of them. Yeah. You have a lot of thoughts, Roscoe. So this is about not believing in your thoughts. You want to practice here, you want to learn what I have to teach here, then don't believe what you think. That's the starting point. That's the fundamental point. Whatever you think, don't believe it. Whatever you think is a lie. Because we're not running a coffee shop here. If me and you are running a coffee shop together, then we're gonna have to talk about things and contracts and make sure that everybody's having a good deal, right? Everything's coming out the way we want it to. But we're not running a coffee shop here. We're practicing mindfulness and detachment here. We're concerned with the ending, the falling away of the ego here. Like that, right? Well, you're welcome here, Roscoe. Why don't you introduce yourself? What country are you from? How old are you? What's your business? What's your work? We're a hub for the lowest of the low. We're a hub for the... Get into trouble here, but the lowest people in the spiritual world are welcome here. What's so wrong with that? Roscoe, it's like, Roscoe, you want to talk, you want to understand, you want to get to the bottom of this, you want to ask a question. Where are you from? How old are you? Oh, you have TBI. Okay, that's wonderful, that's great. So if you have TBI, just be here, just listen, and practice not believing in what you think, Develop your concentration, focusing on your breathing and listening. Okay? Now, Trump's a nobody. Trump's a big winner, and that means here that he's a big loser. You know what I mean? You have to type with your eye? Really? That's fantastic, Roscoe. Well, you're in good company here. You're very welcome. We are concerned with Buddhism and meditation, mindfulness, and detachment. No, no big deal. Let go of yourself and listen.
If I ain't got it, I flip burgers and Burger King. Would you be saying, tell your friends, you feel me?
First of all, I will buy more. I will buy even more things. More and more I will buy. So this is a message for the people of the world. You can call me Mr. Rob, or just Rob is okay. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and now I am a Dharma teacher or a meditation teacher. You'd maybe have to ask a meditation teacher that you trust, or a Dharma teacher that you trust, if I'm any good, or if I know what I'm talking about or not. Right now, in my way of sadhana, in my way of practice, I'm primarily concerned with doing good deeds, with mindfulness and detachment. That means, for me, I'm live streaming more than 8 hours a day through YouTube, giving the space, the center, to come together and to do all kinds of different things, to really question, to investigate, to look deeply. What is enlightenment? What is the truth? What is spiritual freedom? What is all this kind of stuff about? In the world that we know of, the modern world, there are very, very few places where we can come together and communicate or connect with people who are on the path. Even if you go to a spiritual hub like Kathmandu in Nepal, or the Bodh Gaya in India, what you'll find is a lot of busy people doing busy things, and not a lot of places to stop, to settle down, to listen, to be aware, to give, to look deeply. If you try to go to a meditation center, they might tell you to shut up and listen. And I will tell you that also. But it's an invitation to connect, to communicate, to come together and look deeply. And frankly, we're not used to this in the world. We're used to McDonald's, we're used to Walmart, we're used to buying and selling, we're used to trying to get some kind of academic education or develop some kind of intellectual understanding. about what the path is. And this is not about anything like that. One of the primary teachings that I like to share and that I work with myself is to stop being in a hurry. All these people going around busy, what are they doing? You'd think everybody and their grandmother was the president of the United States or some kind of CEO, some kind of super busy professional. And I think that that's a lot of nonsense. So let me share this Zen reading, this Dzogchen teaching, this non-duality exposition on the Zen way, or the Chan way, the way of the Tao. The way does not need cultivation. Just don't defile it. Zen does not need study. The most important thing is stopping the mind. So what we really need in the modern world, we need a coffee shop that is about stopping the mind. We need a hostel, a community center that is concerned with stopping the mind. We need more live streams, more Discord servers, more Zoom meetings that are limitless, open to the public, 8 hours a day, 24/7, concerned with stopping the mind. And in the same way, when the mind is stopped, there is no rumination. There is no continuous thinking about things, people, places, situations, and experiences. Because it is not cultivated, because the way, because the truth is not something created, you walk on the way at every step. When there is no rumination, there is no world to transcend. The world that you think is real, the world that you are thinking about and working through and dealing with, is just rumination. You are creating the world through your thoughts. When there is no rumination, there is no world to transcend. Because it is not cultivated, there is no way to seek, nothing to seek after. So please, friends, feel welcome to reach out to me if you have any questions, if you'd like to meditate or practice together, if you're concerned with starting up a meditation center or a 24/7 Dharma coffee shop or a 24/7 Dharma hostel, we can collaborate, we can work together. I'm very happy to come to your meditation center and teach. But really, this is primarily an invitation to come together to practice, to reach out and to receive out and to give out everything. I'm live streaming every day on YouTube, 8 hours plus a day. The channel is Monk Life Meditation. Shouldn't be too difficult to find. I wish you well. I wish you happiness. I wish you freedom from suffering. I wish you the best. Okay. See you soon. Take care. I'll post it on YouTube, but I'm posting it on TikTok right now. In this moment, everything is just as it is. In this moment, everything is just as it is. In this moment, there's no thinking. In this moment, there's no dream. With no dream, there is no nightmare. With no thoughts, there is no you. In this moment, there's nothing to get. In this moment, there's nothing to have. In this moment, give freely. In this moment, give all you can, give all you can. Give and listen. Give and let go. Give and be who you can be free. This moment is a wonderful moment just as it is, without needing to take anything away, without needing to add anything to it. Just this moment as it is, deeper and deeper, more and more fully, more and more completely, as it is, as it is, as it is. Hum. Om Mani Padme 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 Hum. So you just have to get up and do something. And the best something to do is nothing. So get up and do nothing. Get up and walk and breathe. And release and relax the rumination, the complicated thinking, the figuring out, the worrying, the describing, the explaining, the understanding. You know, get up and give it a break. Get up and give it a break. What does it mean to be mindful? What does it mean to be aware? Well, you don't really have to ask, do you? Awareness is already. What does it mean to be not attaching to things? You don't really need to ask that. It already is. Impossible to hold on to anything. So it's just a matter of developing our art of realizing, of recognizing the unnecessariness and the impossibility of holding on. Holding on to anything. Holding on to an idea. Holding on to a person. Holding on to a place. Holding on to a experience of any kind. And in this way we are revolutionaries. In this way we are in the process of evolution and revolution. Not just cycling, buying and selling, consuming, going around in circles, going around with being attached to so many conventions, so many usual ways of thinking about things. But to get out beyond that, Oh, money bed meal, moment of 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 bed meal. Oh, money bed meal, moment of 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 bed meal. Oh, moment of bed meal, 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 moment of bed meal. Oh, moment of bed meal, 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 moment. Allow yourself, allow your ego to stop ruminating and thinking and going around in circles, and allow your ego to go into meditation naturally, freely, in a relaxed and open way without seeking for something. Oh, moment of meal, 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 moment of meal. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Don't hold back. Don't be limited. Let's get our energy up. Let's get our authenticity and our sincerity up. Let's see who's really here, who's really present, not just disassociated, complacent, and consuming. The DCC, the big problem of the DCC, the disassociating consumption and complacency organization. We're going to bring that to an end here. Come on, everybody, big. Non-conceptual W's in the chat, everybody. Non-conceptual W's in the chat. Miss Nguyen, we are currently in Malaysia, here in Penang. So that's it's an island off of Malaysia. Hi, Robert. No, we're not drinking beer here. No beer allowed. No need. No need to drink any beer here. No need to be intoxicated here. No pounding beer, no just one beer. Just don't drink beer. Don't drink alcohol. You will make yourself into an alcoholic. Happens all the time. don't pretend to know what's going on. That's the most important thing you can do, isn't it? But I'm having some live streaming issues on other platforms. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, but Austin, I'm pretty sure you don't really know what you're talking about. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Yeah, Richard, the big one is weed to start off with, because you're going to be in the way of intoxicating your mind. You're going to be in the way of adding confusion to confusion. And it means we don't really know how to look at what's going on in a clear way, right? To take a step back and to have a clear look at what's happening in the here and the now. So you have to be very patient and begin to find a new value or a new preciousness in non-intoxication, right? In not being high. And that may mean that you need to find somewhat of a meditation practice, or find some way of being where it doesn't make sense to be high, it doesn't make sense to be drunk. Not because it's good or bad to be drunk or high, but because you have work that you're doing or involvement that you're doing that is more important than being high. And also be patient with yourself. Do you really need to smoke? Do you really need to be getting high? And probably not. So we get this idea of meditation and if it's working or if it's not working, but that's what doesn't allow us to be meditative. That's what doesn't allow us to be open to everything. Meditation is just like opening the box that we've put ourselves in, opening the box that we've put our mind and our body in. So step back from that boxed inness and open out. You don't have to sit in a cave or sit in your closet to meditate. Meditate together with everything. Open out the body, open out the mind. You know what I mean? And be generous. One of the things that we're usually not doing in our lives, especially as Westerners, we're not practicing generosity. We're not making donations. We're not volunteering in any meaningful way. We're not practicing self-sacrifice in any meaningful way. So we have to find a way to give. We have to find a way to offer. We have to find a way to share. We have to find a way to recognize and look at all these things that we have and see our attachment to those things, and then to exploit that by giving those things away, by sacrificing those things, by putting those things down, by abandoning them, by renouncing them. And then we find out that actually that attachment, that feel like we need to do something, is like a false flag. It's like a trick. We think we have to do that thing, but actually we don't. So I would say, if you don't find a way to have a relationship with generosity in your life. Question yourself, look into yourself. What is generosity? What does generosity mean to me? Let's get some big W's in the chat for generosity. Because when we know how to give up a part of ourselves, we know how to put ourselves to the side. We know how to put our egos down and to listen. and to open and to be and to connect, and not just be lost in compulsion, not just be lost in action and reaction, right? In buying and selling, in transactioning, like, okay, I'm gonna do this, but what am I gonna get for doing this? That's a mentality that we have to uproot through generosity, through self-sacrifice, through whatever. Okay, if I do this, what am I gonna get from doing this? That keeps you entirely from being in a meditative way, being open to everything. It keeps you compulsively in a rush, compulsively in a hurry. That's one of the biggest problems in our modern era, in our modern society, is that somehow everyone has become exceedingly busy. And it's not always exceedingly busy in like working, but just in bullshitting. And we're too comfortable with bullshitting. We're too comfortable with just skating the surface of what we like, what we don't like, our ideas, our beliefs, our stories, just talking nonsense with each other, right? So that's a big part of the Buddhist practice, is called right speech. And usually that means don't lie or don't speak harshly, but that can also mean don't just go around talking shit, because you are planting seeds in your mind, you're planting seeds in your life of how you think, of how you see the world, of how you engage with yourself and others. And how often we're just talking, we're not really talking about anything. And when you live a life like that, and when children are always living like that and around that, you get into a situation where there's no such thing as meaningful discussions. There's no such thing as cooperating, collaborating, sharing with each other deeply, or talking about how we can support each other. If we talk about how we're going to support each other, it's always a scam. It's always, how are we going to rip that other person off? You know, how are we going to get something from that situation? And we have to learn how to step back from that whole narrative, that whole culture. And we do that by breaking out of selfishness with generosity, right? Find a way to donate, find a way to volunteer, find a way to give up or sacrifice something that's important to you, that you hold on to. Work in bits and pieces, step by step. It's not an all or nothing thing. People think if they want to get enlightened or they want to develop themselves spiritually, they have to go to the mountain or the forest to become a monk, or they have to worship some guru or sign up for some big expensive meditation class. And a lot of the times that stuff doesn't work, because it's feeding your desire to keep perpetuating this path that you want to be on. And actually, if we could stop being selfish long enough to collaborate and communicate and share resources with one another, there's all kinds of things that we could begin to give, rather than focusing so much on what we're going to get. And this mindset of being in a hurry, it's what do they call it? TikTok brain rot. YouTube scrolling on shorts brain rot. We're always consuming, we're always going from one thing to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. And the only time we're willing to stop and listen, if it is about consumption, or if it's about, something to do with our ego. So if we stop consuming and we stop being involved with our ego, we have this intimacy with life, this intimacy with everything that's really very interesting. You don't need to go to a meditation retreat or to a Zen center to stop the mind, to stop rumination, to stop complicated thinking. This is not concerned with consuming entertainment. This is concerned with the Dhamma. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. This is concerned with Nibbana, the ending of suffering. This is concerned with not thinking. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people don't like to be told that most of their thinking is just selfish bullshit, and that they're not really giving anything, that everything that they do in their lives is just to perpetuate their self and their ego, but it's something that needs to be said. People pretend to know what's going on. They pretend to know what other people are talking about. They pretend to know who other people are when they don't know anything about anything at all related to the subject at hand, of mindfulness, of detachment, of Buddhism, of Nibbana, of enlightenment, of no more thinking. We pretend to know what's going on. We pretend to know who other people are because it makes us feel more comfortable in our ego. But this is about stopping thoughts. So most people don't know anything about stopping thoughts. So they can't pretend that they do, right? This is about mindfulness and detachment. Most people here don't know anything about mindfulness and detachment. So they're pretending that they do, because they want a place for their ego to grow. They want a place for their ego to be established. They want their non-stop thinking stream to just continue and continue and continue and continue. So my advice for people is always to stop pretending. Stop pretending you know who I am. Stop pretending you know what's going on here. Stop pretending that you're the God or the boss of the world or the king or queen of the universe. And when we start to stop pretending, this is when communication becomes possible. We've totally lost our capacity, by and large, to communicate with one another. People are living these hyper-isolated lives where they have no access to community, they have no access to doing meaningful activities, and so they cover that up with drinking alcohol and smoking weed and getting high, or getting angry, or getting fearful, or getting into political nonsense that doesn't have anything to do with their life and their lived experience, or conspiracy theories or whatever. And then they pretend to want to talk about this kind of thing, but they don't. They just want another excuse to be right. They want something to have an opinion about. They're addicted to their opinions. They're addicted to swiping. They're addicted to leaving a like and leaving a dislike. They're addicted to leaving comments. Nobody cares what your comment is. Nobody cares what you like or what you dislike. It's a joke. It's not important. I like this. I don't like this. That's not how we communicate as human beings. You need to know how to stop and listen deeply before you can share deeply. A lot of times, people have asked me to teach English and to help others learn how to communicate, but we're so caught up in our ego and this wanting to speak another language, or this wanting to get our point across, that we don't understand that if we can stop, there's a lot more space for communication. There's a lot more space for deep listening. There's a lot more space for deep sharing. We keep pretending that we know who the other person is. We keep pretending that we know who we are, but we actually don't know who we are. We actually don't know who the other person is. We actually don't know what's going on in the world. What we know is that we desire money. What we know is that we like pleasure and we don't like pain. What we know is that we fear certain things and we desire certain things. And so we perpetuate this cycle inside of ourselves where the ego is just going on and on and on and on and on and on, and nobody wants to stop. And in the same way, nobody wants to give. Because what really needs to be given is the whole body and mind, the whole story of the ego, the whole narrative of who you are. And there's kind of a need, I don't mind speaking like this, but it's like there's a need to speak like this, to go, 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 because people are such in a hurry. The moment that you pause, the moment that you take a breath, the moment that you say, hey, would you like to look at this together? Everybody's super busy. Everybody's the CEO and the CFO and the big boss of their own ego company. They've got to go and do something. What do they actually have to go and do? Keep distracting themselves. Keep isolating themselves. Keep seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. And that's why the modern Dharma is completely falling apart. Modern Buddhism is by and large completely falling apart because we're not able to reach people. Because we're so caught up in conservatism and maintaining what is already here. So we've got all these empty temples and empty buildings that are supposedly for the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, supposedly for sharing about the mindfulness and detachment and the way of ending suffering with others. All these empty temples in Vietnam and Thailand, all around the world, where nobody knows how to teach meditation, nobody knows how to make use of that space to bring other people in and to actually develop and grow something that's new and has relevance to modern people and to the modern era. So a big reason for this is to be accessible, to make the Dhamma, to make mindfulness and detachment, to make stopping the ego accessible. It's not about what you like. It's not about what you think about it. You have a belief, you have an idea, you have an ego invested in always being right, always knowing what's going on. It's like you have an ego that depends on McDonald's. You have an ego that depends on Walmart. You have an ego that depends on buying and selling things. You have an ego that depends on always pretending to be the king of the castle, always pretending to be God, pretending to be the great understander, the great philosopher, the great important person doing the important things. When in reality, you're just stacking thought on top of thought, on top of thought, on top of thought, and you don't even know why you're here. You don't even know what you're doing here. You don't even know what your intention is. So we've entirely lost connection to our awareness, to our intentionality, and to our depth. And people just go on and on and on pretending to be in charge. And then they say, well, why don't you get a job? Why don't you go and do what I want to do or what I want you to do? And it just doesn't make any sense. I do live streams on YouTube, for example, and I'll be live streaming for 8 hours straight, and there will be thousands of people coming in, people don't know anything about Buddhism, don't know anything about meditation, don't know anything about being a monk, about mindfulness and detachment. They don't know anything about anything. And they come in and they pretend to know about it. And they're very boisterous and they're very confident, and then they come in and tell me what to do and say, well, you need to go get a job. They're just rambling off on the ego. They're curious, they're interested, but they don't know what to do. They don't know how to stop. They keep making up things. They keep bullshitting themselves and bullshitting other people. It's all they know how to do. To even realize, to even recognize that you are a guest here is out of your mind. That you are choosing to be here listening and learning and receiving, like eating what I'm cooking, and then to be complaining about it, and how confused that is, how nonsensical that is. So anyway, it's a lot to process, it's a lot to work through, but the most important thing to actually begin to work with is to stop thinking and stop pretending. Stop pretending that you know what other people should do. Stop pretending that you know what's going to happen in the future. Stop pretending that you know what's happened in the past. Stop pretending that you're in control. Learning how to detach from, learning how to abandon our own understanding. Learning how to let go of our own conceptual framework of what's going on right here and now. And it's a major American problem. I don't know to what degrees it's a problem in other countries, but it's probably a human problem more than it is anything else, about being confident about things that we're ignorant of. And not just that, knowing that we are ignorant of these things and yet pretending to know about them. It's a real shame. We've lost connection with the unknown. We've lost connection to the reality, to the sense that there is so much that we don't know. And because we can't be comfortable, we can't be in a place of practice or in a place of acceptance with the reality of the unknown, it means that we're clinging onto these weird conspiracies and political beliefs and ideologies that don't have anything to do with our life or our lived experience. The lesson is to stop pretending. Stop pretending that you are in charge of everything and everyone. Stop pretending that you understand everything and everyone, because you simply do not. I like to tell people, you are oftentimes living and acting as if you know and understand 99.999% of everything, when the reality is you don't understand 99.99999% of anything. You don't even know what's going on next door, in the house next door. You don't know what your friend is doing. You don't know what your partner or your loved one is doing. You don't know what Thai language is about. You don't know what Vietnamese language is about. So we need to develop our relationship to not be an ignorant, pretending fool. We have to develop our relationship with not knowing, not understanding. You know, raise your hand and say, I don't know what's going on. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You know, I lived as a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And people are so easy to really, and it sounds strange because you would think, why would someone do that? How could someone be so like disassociated or disingenuous or like ignorant to pretend that they know about Buddhism, or pretend that they know about meditation, or pretend that they know about mindfulness and detachment, or pretend that they know about what it's like to be a monk for 7 years, when they don't know they don't have any idea about it. It's not even something that interests them. So these teachings and this way of reaching out is also to call these people out and to kind of draw a line in the sand and say, hey, you're not going to play that game here. You're not going to pretend here. You're not going to fake here to know who I am, to know what this is about, to know what Buddhism and meditation, what it's like to be a monk for 7 years is about. And we get into such a limited framework of how we teach and how we share and what we use our resources for, what we use our life for. It's only for this particular person. It's only for this particular group of people. It's only at this particular place, at this particular time. And for me, I don't really operate like that. These teachings, these practices are for everyone. This is not for you. This is not about you. This is not for your ego. This is not for your ego. Your ego isn't the boss here. And what these people always do, they backstep, they backstep, they backstep. And behind that, they're pretending that there's this big, strong, laughing man or this big, strong, laughing woman or ego. Ha, 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 ha. I wasn't being serious anyways. I triggered you. I got you. I got you. I got your attention. I got you to respond to me. And it's just called being completely lost in the sauce. And the reason that all these people do that is because there's not really anybody there to begin with. The idea of a self, the idea of a soul, the idea of like who you really are and what your life really is just a thought. It's just an idea. It's not real. Breathing in, breathing out. W's in the chat, everybody. Come on, don't hold back. Breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Everybody together now. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I am water reflecting what is real, what is true. And I feel there is space deep inside of me. I am free, I am free, I am free. Sparkles, sparkles, sparkles. A mind full of sparkles, a brain full of sparkles. We're not going to have random people coming in and saying mean comments or strange things. Stand behind what you say. Don't pretend. Don't come in here and be a pretender. You're not the king of the world. You're not God. You don't know everything. You don't know about everybody. You don't know about every culture. You probably don't know about Buddhism. You don't know what you're talking about, so don't come in here and pretend that you do. I mean, how ridiculous do we have to be when we don't understand that there are a lot of things that we don't know about? There are a lot of things and people and experiences and ways of being that we frankly don't know about. Do you magically know about everything and magically know about everybody, and the world is somehow kind of supposed to meet your expectations and be what you're used to or familiar with because you happen to wake up and you happen to go to McDonald's and you have a job and you have a car? Who cares? It doesn't mean that you're the God of the world. It doesn't mean that you understand everything or know everything. So stop pretending. But you're wearing glasses. I know what those glasses are. But you're wearing that shirt. I know what those shirts are. But you're doing this or you're doing that and da 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 and etc. etc. You're just pretending. There's maybe an anger inside of you, or there's a greed inside of you, or there's a lot of non-practical, complicated thoughts that are like taking over your mind, and you're acting those thoughts out. So just stop. Instead of coming here and pretending like you know what I'm doing and you know what's going on and you know who I am, because of course if you're just meeting me for the first time and coming across this for the first time, you're not going to know what this is. You're not going to know what's going on, right? How could you? How could you? Are you a magician? Are you a magic space alien? Are you a psychic god king? I mean, how could you possibly come in here for the first time, never having met me, not knowing about me, not knowing about what this is, not knowing about the context of this, which is, of course, Buddhism and meditation, because I was a monk for 7 years, and to pretend to know what this is? You don't, and you couldn't. So why would you pretend to? And now, like, sharing your judgment or your opinion, you don't even know what it is. You're in such a hurry to judge, you're in such a hurry to like or dislike, you're in such a hurry to share your opinion that you can't actually experience what's going on enough to have a real opinion about it. And this applies to anyone and everyone as we walk through life, as we go through life, constantly judging and acting and reacting and kind of getting lost in the sauce for ourselves, right? Mani Bane Mani Bane Mani Also, thank you, and using like random we statements. Who is we? Are you the leader of a kingdom? What are you talking about? This isn't about being white. Unemployed? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. What are you talking about, unemployed? Do you have a job or not? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, guy. You know what I mean? Don't pretend. Don't pretend whatever you do, because I'll call you out on it. I will. I will call you out on it. There's no such thing as being a monk. There's no such thing as Buddhism because they don't have that at McDonald's. Well, this isn't about what you buy at McDonald's. Thank you, Craig. Much appreciated. This doesn't really care what you buy at McDonald's or what you're used to. This isn't about what you're used to. Kind of. It comes and goes. The most profound thing I learned of being a monk is the importance of detachment and the importance that you're not always in control. So a lot of these big tough guys that come in here, and they say, it's time for you to get a job. You keep being online and you've been messing around, but now it's time for you to get serious, all right? Or I'm gonna give you my opinion. These guys wouldn't last a day if they didn't have air conditioning and they couldn't eat the food that they wanted to eat, and there was noise around them that they weren't in control of, and people were speaking different languages. These guys would fold. These guys would just fold into nothing. So they're a bunch of pretenders and fakers. I'm a guy, I go to work every day and I can see what you're wearing. You're wearing that hat like that. I know who you are. I know what this is. It's time for you to get serious. It's time for you to stop playing around online. It's time for you to get a job. I'll put you to work. I'll tell you what to do. Who the heck are you? You're pretending. Don't come in here and pretend. This is a place for authenticity. And thank you very much, Austin. You're my big guy. All right, you're my good guy. We're here to be playful. We're here to be open. We're here to be authentic. We're here to look deeply. We're here to listen deeply and not to pretend. I know I'm lucky. It's really, really tough. It is. It's really, really tough. Well, what happens to a person when they forget to live? What happens to a person when they forget to be alive and they're just lost in their thoughts? Yo mani padme hum. 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 So philosphere, and that's the other thing, is like they don't expect anyone to respond to them, or like the person they're talking to be able to face them down, you know what I mean? Philosphere, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, living in Southeast Asia, living in Myanmar and Laos and Thailand. There's a lot of time when we don't have a comfortable life and an easy life. So philosphere, what I want to draw your attention to here is that you've made things up and you've believed those things, and you've taken the fact that you've believed those things that you just made up as some kind of platform of authority to make a judgment. You don't know what you're talking about. You're pretending to know what you're talking about. You don't know who I am or what this is about or what this experience is, and you're very afraid and worried and flipping out about the unknown. So you're making up a thought, you're believing in that thought, and then you're taking that belief in just this random thought that has nothing to do with anything meaningful or experiential or anything at all, to be a platform for your authority to give an opinion. It doesn't make any sense. And so what's actually going on is that coming across this experience is bringing up that latent aggression, or that latent frustration, or that latent tendency towards non-practical, complicated thinking. And of course, once you back them up, they always go, I don't take this stuff seriously anyway. I was never being serious. I was just trolling you, and I don't even care about what you're doing. I don't even care about what's going on. Well, you cared enough to leave a comment, didn't you? And so Philosphere just said, I do know you were acting like a white hippie. That's literally proof. And yet this is video 1002. So there are over 1,000 videos on my channel of me being a Buddhist monk, teaching Dhamma, teaching Buddhist philosophy, teaching meditation, etc. So stop pretending, Philosphere. You've just been called out. So it's like so Philosphere is saying, okay, you're acting like a white hippie, and this term white hippie is supposed to be like meaningful and has depth, and like there's this special truth in being a white hippie, right? This special real thing in being a white hippie that just Philosphere just kind of made up and wants everybody to believe in and agree with. But I'm saying, I'm not just saying or making up a term, I'm saying I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, living in meditation centers and monasteries and attending intensive meditation retreats, studying with meditation masters. And I'm not just saying that or just making up a term, right? Buddhism, meditation, monasticism, intensive meditation retreats. And I'm not just pointing to like the reality of that. I'm saying go and look at my YouTube channel. There's over 1,000 videos of me as a monk teaching and practicing meditation. People come in and say, that's fake, we're Americans, yeah, go to work at McDonald's, go to work at Walmart if you want me to respect you. I don't want you to respect me. I don't know who you are, I don't know what you're talking about. You're a guest in my house. You're here listening to my teachings on YouTube. This is the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel, where I share about mindfulness and detachment, where I share about the Buddhist philosophy, the Buddhist teachings. I mean, do we actually have our heads so far up our Republican or Democrat or American, white or black or whatever rear end, where we have this idea that everything that isn't me drinking beer and going to work is just bullshit, and everybody's trying to get my money, and everybody's trying to trick me? Is that actually what we believe? Is that actually how we want to live our lives? And then these people always run away. They always skirt off with their little tails in between their legs. Why don't you stay here and wait and be ready to have a real discussion, not be in a hurry to go off nowhere and do nothing? Because we're in such a hurry to make a judgment, we're in such a hurry to hold an opinion, we're in such a hurry to like and dislike something, and we're not actually able to stop enough and listen enough to actually share something of value and communicate. We are lost in our anger, in our greed, in our confusion, in our delusions, in our nonsense. Let's start to get real about this. Let's start to get real about this experience and stop pretending and stop playing games, stop fronting and bluffing. I'm a big tough guy and I have an opinion. Who cares? Get out of here. Unless you're concerned with mindfulness and detachment, unless you're concerned with serious meditation practice, unless you're concerned with serious Buddhism. We're not here to play games. This is for the big, strong ones, the real ones, the true ones, not the pretenders. People say, but you're a white hippie, you're a troll, you're just a random guy in the shorts, you just want money. I just explained it to you. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years in Asia, in monasteries and temples. This is the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel. Check your watch, see where you are, see what time it is. There's over 1,000 videos on my channel of me teaching meditation, of me being a monk, of me being in community. I'm not butthurt. I'm just telling you the way that it is so that you don't have like this tumor of brain rot nonsense in your mind and in your head, right? This isn't some random thing that you're coming in and I'm ready to make a judgment and tell everybody what this is. I'm telling you what this is. We say this is cringe. Why is Buddhism cringe? Why is being a monk cringe? Why is having a YouTube channel and having a live stream inherently cringe? It's not inherently cringe. You're just grasping at straws. I need an opinion. I need an opinion. I need to know what this is. I need to know what this is. Maybe you don't have a capacity to know what this is. Maybe you don't need to know what this is. Maybe this is not about knowing something or grasping a hold of something or fixating onto an idea. In fact, get ready to run away because the light's about to shine. The way to enlightenment does not need cultivation. Just don't defile it. Don't pretend to know what you're talking about when you don't. Don't just make things up. Zen, or the way out of suffering, does not need study. The most important thing is stopping the mind. The reason that there's all kinds of people coming in here and pretending and bluffing and fronting and acting like they don't know, they know what's going on when they don't, is because they don't want their mind to stop. They are addicted to compulsive non-stop thinking that they identify with. This is the place for stopping pretending. You have entered my domain. You better be careful. This is not supposed to be conventional. We're making jokes about things that don't make sense. We're trying to shame, we're trying to blame, we're trying to make up some picture in our mind where this is inferior. And you think when I'm talking about the reality that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years and this is about meditation and mindfulness and detachment, that I'm somehow saying this is inherently superior. Or you're pretending that you're equal to me. You're not equal to me. Were you a monk for 7 years? Do you know about meditation and Buddhism? Have you attended meditation retreats? So why would your perspective or your experience about the path of mindfulness and detachment concerned with Buddhism, why would that be equal to mine? You haven't studied Buddhism. You haven't practiced Buddhism. You haven't lived as a monk. You haven't trained in meditation at a monastery or at a serious meditation center. So stop pretending. Stop playing games. It's not going to happen here. People are not going to come in here and pretend and play games. All right? I'm not talking about what I believe. I'm talking about the way that it is. Now stop. Cut out all the troll comments. Also, you have to relax. You have to calm down this mind of being in a hurry. I've got to say this. I've got to say this. I've got to prove my point. I've got to say this. I've got to say this. Just shut up and listen and relax. I live stream at you realize I live stream like 8 hours a day? The other day I did a 20-hour live stream. There's not a hurry, there's not in a rush. If you really want to be here and you want to talk about some things, we can do that. But there's also already something going on here, so you kind of have to be patient and open, and then we can, as people who are really, this other idea, right? I have an opinion. You show up to a coffee shop. I have an opinion. Okay, so what? We sell coffee here. I have an opinion. Look at yourself. I have an opinion about who you are. Okay, that's fine. But what do you think is going on here? That this is like a place for your ego? Do you think that I'm doing this for you personally? Stop pretending. Stop BSing about all this. You're in my house. You're a guest here in my YouTube channel, my live stream. And we've got things going on that aren't just all about your opinion. People say, you know, what is a Buddhist monk? A lot of people don't even know what a Buddhist monk is. Go to my YouTube channel. You can see 7 years of me being at monasteries and being in the way of teaching the Dharma and working with people like that. This isn't a joke. I'm as real as it gets. I'm possibly the realest person you've ever met in one way or another. I'm really here to share. I'm really here to listen, but we're not going to play toxic ego games of I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I have a negative opinion, and I'm going to make sure that that opinion's heard. Who cares? This space is not about giving a place for people to make judgments about other people or tell stories about other people. Random people coming in and making up judgments about somebody that they don't know, about things that they don't know about. You see what I'm saying? So it's just kind of like total delusional nonsense, and this isn't about that. And you sound angry, you look like a freak, you look like a monster, you're a white pilgrim, you're this, you're that, you're that. You're pretending. You're pretending. Now stop. I see right through it. Everybody does, because it's transparent.
有心上崩溃先先把有心松把用过先把有心松把印上就把梦山君萨用心松白归西就把用心心松梦君就不西修若去修不去下用没那么有可能就忙给西修不也是这修不可是
Once again, thinking that the world or thinking about life is somehow about like going and making a judgment about someone. I'm not here to form parasocial relationships with people. I'm a real person. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. This is my channel where I do advocacy work, and a part of that advocacy work is making sure that people are surprised enough and like, whoa, what is this enough, to slow down and to stop doom scrolling and actually take a look at what this is. Because some people actually are interested in Buddhism or meditation or spirituality. Some people might actually be interested in what it's like to be a monk for 7 years, or if there's anything in that experience that can give them guidance or give them support. Maybe some people just want to have conversations and talk about someone who's been in that practice and been in that path for a period of time and maybe has resources to offer. But if you really are in that kind of way of being, you have to be patient, not in a hurry. I'm not here to sell you anything. There's nothing for sale here. There's no course for sale here. There's no belief system I'm trying to get you to believe in. This is just a place for stopping the mind and to settle down. But I need to think something about this, but I need to make sure that people know if I like this or I don't like this. And another important thing, anonymous people leaving comments online or in the live chat, you don't know who they are, you don't know what they're talking about, you can't hear their voice, you can't see them, they're completely anonymous. Know how to ignore as much as you know how to actually take a look at that. Not in a hurry to understand, not in a hurry to grasp, not in a hurry to attach, but open to stopping the mind. I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. I am solid free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the ultimate I dwell. Boom, boom. Some people were asking about the sect or the tradition of Buddhism that I follow or that I'm most connected with, and that's Zen or Chan or Dzogchen. And most people don't know a lot about those kinds of things, so I try to be an access point and a resource for people to really kind of develop and learn about Zen Buddhism and learn how much people are just completely lost in bullshit. You know, this is like a place to clear out the bullshit from your eyes and your ears. But I also want to be angry. But I also want to hold an opinion that's not based on any experience. But I also want to build up my ego on making judgments about people that I don't know and things that I don't know about. That's up to you, but that's not what this space is about. Okay? Five-star technique. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. This is not for stinky old men and women who want to come in and have an opinion and make a judgment and want to be, have got money in their pockets and they want to be convinced about something. They want to be sold a character of a spiritual teacher or a meditation teacher or whatever. Take your money and put it in the trash. This is for the lowest among us. This is for the people who are schizophrenic, depressed, anxious, psychotic, lost. This is for the lowest people of all. This is not for big fat foodie two-shoe pretend philosopher people, okay? Take that and get out. Nobody's interested in that, nobody buys it, nobody believes it. Philosophizer, maybe when you calm down and get your head out of your rear end and get your underwear out of your all caught up, all stuck up in your pants, then you can come back and we can have a real conversation about this. But I think for now it's probably best that you go and take some time to sit on the pot, flush out whatever it is that you've got caught up in your system, and we can come back and we can talk about it. You're very welcome here, but when you're stuck in this like reactionary, intense, frustrated, angry, like competitive modality, we don't play those games here, okay? You're a guest here, you're welcome here, but it doesn't make sense for you to be walking around and complaining about what's going on here because you're not in charge here. This place doesn't belong to you. This isn't a platform for you to convince other people about what you think or what you believe. Okay? This is not a platform for you to influence people. We're not playing games. And now, you do a search on Buddhism and now you're trying to argue about that. We're not playing those games, okay? Only kindness, only welcoming. Honestly, philosophizer, I'm glad you're here. You're welcome to be here, but we're not gonna give you a platform for, whatever kind of constipation that you have going on. Just relax, settle. This is not your space. You're not in charge here. You're not the boss. You're not the teacher. You're not allowed to talk. You're just here to listen. And speaking of just being here to listen, I'd be very curious to know what countries people are from, and also how old they are, if you want to put it in the chat. And also if you know about Buddhism or meditation, or if that's something that you've gotten involved with before. And we are here to be playful. We're not here to be super serious. I know that you're a freak. You're a freak. I know that you're a freak, a white hippie guy, and I know, we're not doing that here. We're not doing that here, okay? This is a safe space for children. This is a place for children to come and learn and grow and have mentorship and have connection. And also for 20, 30-year-old, older people as well. But it's a specific kind of way and opening that's not really about people's egos. And it may be a little bit confusing for a lot of people to resonate or to connect with that. So you're welcome. You're welcome to be here, okay? So I think we have some new people here, and everybody's welcome. My name is Rob. You can also call me Mr. Monk Life Meditation. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I started my journey into spirituality when I was 20 years old, and I went to live at a Zen Buddhist meditation center in America. I'm originally from America. And about 5 years later, I moved to Thailand and I ordained as a real Buddhist monk. And so from 2018 to this year, actually, I was practicing meditation, studying under meditation masters, living as a monk full-time all around the world. In India, in Myanmar, I did a brief stint of running one of my teacher's temples, meditation centers in southern Italy, which is a really beautiful place. I have a lot of experience in Buddhism, in meditation, and specifically the Zen or the Chan perspective. And I have a lot of experience teaching and dealing with people as well. This can be a very unique environment because it's open for everyone. And it's really something that you have to be really patient with, because sometimes I'm working with the naughty ones, or sometimes I'm working with the algorithm to make sure that people are interested and getting connected and getting involved and all that. And I'll go ahead and do Joseph the favor. There's your crucifixion, Joseph. You're the most special guy in the world. You won. And I'll help out Lucky as well. We can crucify some of our martyrs, some of our opinion martyrs, right? I have an opinion about you. Oh, Timothy, that sounds great. Welcome, Timothy. Great to hear from you. I'll just look at some of the comments. And this is also very children-oriented. Dr. James, you can be an opinion martyr as well. We've got a lot of opinion martyrs today. Welcome, everybody. And we're not in a hurry, we're not in a rush. It's just sometimes we have to be in line with the algorithm. Okay, and philosophy is kind of coming along, so that's good. Yeah, some people come here to opinion max, but that's not really what's being taught here. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So one of the big teachings and the philosophy here is that if you're not ready to not know, you're not going to like what happens here. It's not going to work out. And so we oftentimes have, snooty, tooty, 40, 50, 60-year-old women or men come in, especially women. I'm here looking for a new spiritual path. And, you're not going to find a new spiritual path here. You're going to find a lot of Mongolian throat singing, a lot of non-dual, absurdist Buddhism, expressionism here. And it's really just a place for people to be curious and kind of connect, if you know what I mean. It's really a place of curiosity and connection and patience, right? And to kind of call out pretenders, right? Like, this guy's an incel. Well, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and I know sometimes it can get annoying as well because I keep having to work with the algorithm or I keep having to work with the naughty ones. It's all a part of the fun. We're engaging, we're enlivening. Really, this is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. And this is also concerned, Mr. Philosophizer, to get the shit out of our ears and the piss out of our eyes. I know I can speak a little bit rough sometimes, but it's amazing how people are so fixated on sharing their opinion with someone who they just met and who they don't have to be with, but are somehow choosing to be with, and they're still unwilling to listen to what that person is actually saying. When we don't know how to stop our mind, when we don't know how to step back from this constant, compulsive, non-stop thinking, non-stop conceptual judging of things and putting everything into a box, we can't hear what's said. We can't see what's right in front of us. All we can see is our own bullshit. So we actually have to learn how to take the shit out of our ears and eat it. How to wipe the piss out of our eyes and drink it. What does that mean? To actually feel what there is to feel inside of ourselves and stop pretending that somebody else is to blame for what you're going through. This is just a mirror. This is just a mirror for your mind. This is just a mirror for yourself, your experience. You don't know me, you don't know who I am. This isn't your house, you don't have a responsibility here, you weren't invited here, etc., etc. So it doesn't make sense for you to be, but I've got an opinion, but I've got something to say. It's your own problems that you're dealing with. It's your own suffering that you're getting wrapped up and twirled around in. So instead of pretending to know who I am, listen to what's being said here. That's not about me and not about you. To turn the mind around and be aware of your experience. That's not about anybody else. To turn your mind around and to be aware of your experience that's not based in a story. That's not based in words and phrases. You can put your hand over your heart right now. You can feel your heart beating. Is your heart important to you? Is your heart real? Is your heart something that's essential? If you had to let go of all the thoughts that you could think right now, how wonderful and peaceful and relaxed you'd be. If you had to not have your heart right now, what a nightmare that would be, meaning death. So your heart is not based in words and phrases. Your beating heart is not based in words and phrases. Now, see, they always go through this cycle. When Philosopher first came in here, he pretended that he was being 100% serious, right? He pretended that he was being 100% serious and he was speaking out as a protector of the people and he was calling me out. Now, He's asking for me for a certificate from a temple. He's not even a Buddhist. What would you even do with it, right? And he's also saying now Robert Paulson. So he's going into memes and movies, and he's saying, I'm not actually that serious about this. And this is actually what I want to show people. This is actually something that I'm working on helping people see for themselves. No, it's okay. It's okay to be with this feeling. There's nothing that's wrong in this experience. There's nothing that's wrong in this feeling. There's nothing that needs to be gotten rid of here. There's nothing that needs to be sought out from here. It's openness. And that energy, that intensity, that intimacy, that is exactly where your practice, where your mindfulness, where your detachment, where your capacity to recognize your original mind is going to show up. Don't be in a hurry to learn or understand or figure out anything, but to step back and relax and release the whole body and mind. To connect with, and I know I'm going to be in trouble. I know everybody's guns are about to come out. Oops, you can't say that word. Everybody's weapons are going to come out. To connect with thoughtlessness. To connect with not thinking. That's what this is about. And what is that? The blue moon on a Tuesday with a shrimp on the bobby and a Foster's kept in the fridge because we're not practicing to drink alcohol and get drunk here. Not in a hurry. That's just a concept we don't understand anymore, right? But I've got to understand this, but I need you to tell me what this is, or I need you to explain this, or I'm going to test you, I'm going to check you. I'm not here to take any tests. How about no testing? Just the heart beating. But what about my opinion? Take it to the toilet and flush it. This isn't about your opinion. Can you imagine meeting another human being here in Malaysia, sitting outside, and that you connecting with that person is not about your opinion of anything? Just to connect, just to be aware, just to relax the whole body and mind, and to embrace and to see, to recognize thoughtlessness. Everything's not a game. Everything's not a story. Everything doesn't fit into a box of the way that we think about things, does it? Does it need to? Does everything need to be story-based? Does everything need to be stuffed into a box of conceptual thinking? But, you were making noises. So what? Why am I not allowed to make noises? But you're wearing that shirt. So what? Why am I not allowed to wear that shirt? But you said you were a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm not allowed to be a Buddhist monk for 7 years? You're allowed to be you, aren't you? Am I not allowed to be me? But I have an opinion, but I have a judgment. Well, why do I need that? I don't need that. And in some ways, this kind of intensity, it brings us to a point of sensitivity where we're not just lost in our doom scrolling and our complicated thinking, but actually we can actually hear again. We can actually see again in a way that's not about your ego or my ego or Buddhism or anything for that matter. But for us to get to that point, we have to know how to use tools. We have to know how to make barriers, and call people out and say, yeah, right. You're pretending. That's not really you. So this is a place to bring out authenticity. And this is also a place to challenge that authenticity can only be fit into a certain box of conventionality. You can't do that. You can't do that. So the third eye is just like awareness. That's not based on you. So to open the third eye, or to open up your awareness that's not based on yourself, your ideas about yourself and your story of yourself, relax self-fixated thinking. Relax the importance that you give to your thoughts. And if you can, connect with somebody who knows about not thinking, or knows about awareness that's not based on self or ego. Connect. Stay connected. What, are we not allowed to connect? We're only allowed to connect with one another if I'm doing who cannot eat food for the longest period of time wins $50,000? Is that really what the world has come to? Everybody's insane, as much as they are attached to themselves and their ideas and their thoughts. And so this connecting to the serious practitioner, or the person who has experience in non-duality or mindfulness and detachment, is just our way of staying concerned with and connected with mindfulness and detachment, or practicing generosity more seriously, right? We have things that we're attached to. Ideas, stories, views, perspectives, possessions. And we practice to give that away, to share that, to not just fixate on what we attach to and what we hold on to. Hello? Hello, can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Sure, Charles. You can practice humility and understanding here. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Let's raise up those W's. Let's raise up those W's. I'm a big Daniel Henschel fan. I would love to collaborate with Daniel Henschel sometime. I got inspiration from him, actually. You know, people say, what are we supposed to do while you're doing that? Right? People say that, don't they? What are we supposed to do while you're doing that? I don't know. Maybe try not doing anything. Maybe try giving a W in the chat, leaving a like. Maybe try just listening and just seeing and just being. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Make a donation, make an offering. Go and listen to a Dharma talk. Go for a walk. But don't get me twisted. Don't get me wrong. Don't put me into a box that doesn't make sense. I'm not going to put you into a box, so don't put me into a box. And allow people to get offended. Allow people to get twisted up. Don't worry about it. Don't get involved. Ignore. Be aware and ignore. Let those people have those positions. It's food for the fire here of mindfulness and detachment. Sometimes we have to exert a lot of energy to then be aware in restfulness. Otherwise, we just don't have access to that restfulness because there's too much friction inside of ourselves. Dan, what inspired me to first begin my journey into Zen Buddhism was suffering. I just had so much suffering inside myself, and I knew that I needed support to deal with that suffering. And somehow I was able to find out about this Zen center and being a resident there for a year. You know, this is way back in 2014. I'm sure there will be more throat noises as time goes by, Maggie Mac. We don't need to be in a rush to have throat noises here. So helping people to get used to the enjoyment and the loveliness and the freshness of just being and not scrolling, not being entertained. But to do that, you have to really blow their socks off in a certain way. To just relax and be aware, to be present, to be as and to be in presence, not just lost in ego. So many people are just lost in ego all the time. I get lost in ego sometimes too, you know, not doing things in the perfect way or the ultimately right way, but really being authentic. Just don't think about it, ordinary person, just ignore it. You know what I mean? Are you a black man who's making his money on the streets? If you are, then it might be a little bit more difficult because you got to take a break, you got to take time off, you got to step back. Or a white man or whatever kind of man on the streets of DC. But the reality is that most things you just have to ignore. Focus on your bowel movements. Focus on what you're eating. Focus on your physical actions at this moment. Move slowly. Stand up and move slowly like this. Focus on your mental actions of cultivating stress and cultivating worry about this thing that you don't know if it's going to affect you or not. Be a hero. Be a hero of giving. Give the whole body and mind. Give your life. Give everything. Give it up. Give it away. Give it out. Especially give it out. Give out the whole body and mind. Give out all the complicated contractions and thinking and nonsense that's being built up and filled up inside. To stop. To give it a rest. To give it a break. What is that? How do we describe that? What does that mean? What does that mean about my ego? What does that mean about who I am? What does that mean about who you are? What does that mean about your ego? It means cut the shit. Stop pretending. Stop making stuff up. Stop believing in your thoughts. Are there any specific... And a lot of patience and a lot of openness, you know what I mean? Questions cost money. Questions cost effort. They cost value. So look at where you're giving your money to. Don't just go around giving money to random people on the street like a Looney Tune. Don't just go around asking random people questions. Put your heart and your soul and your body and mind into everything right now. Okay? All the way, 100%. Plus ultra, right? Isn't that what All Might taught us? Plus ultra. All right, Seanbird, that's a good sign. Logan said, are there any specific humming throat noises that harmonize and soothe the soul and body and mind or connect with the earth's energy? What are they called or sound like? You're looking in the wrong direction, Logan. Just do it. Just experience it. Monkey see, monkey do. Try to work with it like that. That's a good idea. Monkey see, monkey do. Not looking for specific methods, specific hummings, specific things that help in a specific way. Release the seeking. Release the conceptualizing. Release the understanding and actualize the being and the listening. Okay, Logan? To open up your heart and open up your stomach and open up your ears and your nose and your tongue and your body and your mind to this as it is. To be with this as it is. This isn't a YouTube video. I'm right here. I'm looking right at you, Logan. Logan, 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 Logan. Don't get lost in the sauce. It says it right here. I want you to listen closely. I want you to listen closely to this, Logan. Because listen, how do we learn and how do we grow and how are we fulfilled as human beings? We connect with people that are more experienced than us. We connect with people whose heart we are able to resonate with, okay? And to do that, we have to stop using our thinking mind or relax the importance that we give to our thinking mind, which is most usually criticizing or trying to be convinced about something, and we have to use our heart, and we have to use our gut. We have to learn how to take a bite out of this experience instead of conceptualizing and intellectualizing it. And then you see, how does that digest? How does that process? How does that go through your body? How does that affect you? We have to be connected to other human beings. Especially as we're young, a young man, as we're growing up and developing, we have to be in community in one way or another. We have to have connections, somehow a connection source to mentors, to people that we can resonate with. But it's not about them convincing us of anything or getting them to believe in anything. It's just what we resonate with, what we connect with, what we can make use of to bring us down to center, to ground. Okay, the refuge of friendship. It says it right here, Logan, listen closely. The way does not need cultivation, just don't defile it. Don't add on seeking to the peace that's already here. Zen, or like the enlightenment, does not need study. The important thing is stopping the mind, just listening to the frequency, just experiencing whatever it is and allowing that listening to stop the mind. Just seeing the seeing and seeing whatever it is and allowing that to stop the mind. Just hearing whatever it is and allowing that to stop the mind. To practice like that, to be like that. When the mind is stopped, there is no rumination. What that means is that there's no real world outside of your thoughts about the world. That is the world. Your thoughts that you create, that you bring up about the world, are the real world. But of course, that's not real. And it says it right here. When the mind is stopped, there's no rumination. There's no more thinking about things and having all these problems in this life that you now have to deal with. Because it is not cultivated, because it is not created, because this way of enlightenment, because it's not created, okay, it means that you walk on the way at every step. Every step is the way. Every step is the enlightenment. Every step is the remembering, the forgiving, the beginning again, the fresh start. So when people come along in this live chat and they try to convince you of random things, negative things, or get you to follow on some tangent or some thought string of anger or frustration or judgment, say no. Ignore it. Step back. We're also learning the art of stepping back, learning the art of saying no. And stop indulging and getting involved with people's blatant BS. When there is no rumination, when there is no you thinking on thoughts about yourself and thoughts on thoughts on thoughts, when there is no rumination, there is no world to transcend. Because it is not cultivated, there is no way to seek. That's what we mean stop. Stop believing in your thoughts. Precisely that. Wow, we have a lot of comments coming through. Welcome in, everybody. What do they say? The best things in life are free, and this is priceless. Yes, try while learning. Learn through experiencing. Learn through being with. Sometimes we get overwhelmed by our emotions or our sense of how things are, and we ruin it. We ruin the experience. We make a mess out of the opportunity to have a deep and meaningful and interesting experience of unfolding and of being, because we get ourselves worked up. I recommend the meditation of being here and connecting and listening. Anthony in Bendigo, Shelley is my dog. Uh-oh for our dear Shelley, who's a big supporter and a wonderful practitioner. So Shelley is officially Anthony's dog in Bendigo, Australia. That's going to be news to Shelley. I'm getting so much from your wisdom. I'm grateful you have done this for everyone. I'm suffering less after 2 days. Thank you. I want to make this very clear. This is something interesting to look at and to work with together. Okay? Because we can say this about anything. You could have somebody, you do, have people who just live stream themselves eating, right? They live stream themselves eating food. Sometimes I've done that, and stuffing their face and overeating and making noises with their mouths or doing ASMR, and that's okay. And they put these messages, this is really helping me, you're saving my life. It's great. Make use of this like that, but remembering what this is concerned with. Nothing. Nobody. So be at peace with yourself, or be this version of, the dog, Shelley is your dog in Bendigo, that is being that, free of yourself, free of the belief in self, free of the belief in other, concerned with no self, concerned with no thoughts, Concerned with being aware and not being attached to anything that we are aware of now. Concerned with seeing, literally right now, seeing and not thinking about what is seen. Concerned with hearing right now and not thinking about what is heard. Are you following? And this is very simple, but this is very profound. Don't try to do it. Don't try to do it for a big period of time. I'm glad you asked that question, Chris, because I have a good answer for that. Don't do it for a particular period of time. Just that spontaneous, that instantaneous, that moment, that second, that millisecond, that few moments of openness, of not conceiving about things, of not stacking thought on top of thought on top of thought. Allow that to be real and experience it and recognize it. Don't just experience it, don't just practice it, but that recognition of seeing without thinking about what is seen, of hearing without thinking about what is heard, that innocence, that authenticity, that openness, that clarity is wonderful and fantastic, and concerned with the Dharma and concerned with the truth and concerned with the ending of suffering. Now, for those prospective donors out there, Chris said, how much money should we donate to become unattached? And this is actually a lot more of a practical question than you think that it is. Because our money is oftentimes our major attachment. Everything we do can be about our money. Paying our rent, going to our job, everything. So the rule of thumb I like to give for people is if you are not very well off, you just give what you can. And usually people who are not very well off, they're a lot more familiar with generosity. They're a lot more familiar with making an offering. I don't know why that is, but it's more typical that they feel a connection to that. Sharing what has value to you. And for people who are like middle income, I don't know, you've got $50,000, $100,000 in the bank, you got a good job, whatever it is, I don't know. You should give more than you think is appropriate. Because what you give that you think is appropriate is in your business mindset, your transactional mindset, your standard mindset. So you have to give more. When you have more, you have to give more because it means less to you to actually detach, to self-sacrifice. If you're wealthy, if you're a wealthy person, good luck. She was kind of ugly. I don't know so much about that name, but we kind of harmonize there. The rich don't give, they invest. And now we're going to Andrew Tate. Yes, where's your business course? Where's your cigar? Da 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 da. Right? So, we all have to do our best to practice generosity, to have a relationship with giving, to have a relationship with letting go, to have a relationship with putting things down that are a big deal to us, to stepping into the unknown. And really our biggest attachments are our body and mind. Our biggest attachments are our views, our perspectives, our opinions, our ego, our deep ego talk, personal ego talk. But to give that up is very impractical, can be very impractical. So work with it in the way that you can. Work with it in a simple way. To practice generosity, to practice self-sacrifice. To give up those things that you don't want to give up. And to bear with and to endure and to experience those things that you don't want to endure and you don't want to experience. Okay, let's get some big W's in the chat for our donors, for our supporters, not just supporting me, but supporting our live stream and our community. Thank you, dear Oliver, dear Julie Smith, and thank you, dear Shelley Brown. Oh, I thought that was Shelley, but that's actually that's hold on here. That is actually a dog in Bendigo, or the owner of a dog in Bendigo named Shelley. Let's see, who is that? That's Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. And thank you, Shelley, as well. Shelley that's not a dog in Bendigo. Yes, 100%, Julie. Be vulnerable, be exposed. Make a mistake, make a big mistake. You learn from it. How many times, I question, how many times do I have to make the same mistake before I realize that doesn't work? That doesn't work out for me. No, you can save all the money that you want to save. You can think about yourself as much as you want. It's just that if that's the only way that you live, that could be a problematic way of living. If you're only thinking about yourself, if you're only using your property, your possessions, your thoughts, your body and your mind for yourself, you could be missing out on a lot. Just change your posture, Trey, if you get numbness in meditation, and also do walking meditation. Walking meditation can be very important and very helpful. Am I bald? And remember, donors get special privileges. Supporters get special privileges, special treatment. You got it, Donnie. Money can be a lot less important than we think that it is. Let go of lust by seeing the fallibility of lust. You know, you have sex or you masturbate looking for fulfillment, and how fulfilled are you actually? How fulfilled are you through that seeking for pleasure? Spaghetti, let's leave that question for the donors. Thank you very much. She was kinda, I don't like saying that name, but yeah, thank you. As you like, you're free. Free to do as you like. It's just a temporary gratification that tends to makes you feel tired, makes you make unskillful decisions, makes your relationship with yourself and others maybe more fixated on pleasure than it needs to be. You know, a big thing about making donations or making offerings in this context is also that it's very humbling, because it, in some way, like it uproots that idea of equality. So some people here, they have a very strong idea that they're like equal to me, that their understanding, that their experience is equal to me, like we're on an equal playing field. And that's just completely foolish. It's like thinking that you're on an equal playing field of a collegiate level basketball player when you get onto a basketball court. Why would you be? Why would your understanding about this, mindfulness and detachment, meditation, and what's going on here, why would it be equal to someone who was a monk for 7 years and is trained and practiced in meditation, la-di-da-di-da, you know, all that nonsense? You wouldn't be. You're not equal to me. And so the real equality is like an equality of not thinking. The real equality is like being beyond our ego. So, and the equality here, the pointing to the equality here is a miscommunication or a misperception that goes right along with superiority and inferiority. And so actually when we practice making a donation or making for an offering, we're not giving to a superior being, we're actually giving up self-fixation. And we're being humble about what we're concerned with and what we're involved with and what we give to. You know, and I've found that in my practice, you know, of even the same way, like making donations to teachers that I follow on YouTube and saying, you know, saying, may this go towards the benefit of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and the teaching spreading out. Thank you, Great Master Yonghua. You know? So it's humbling to do that, where we can relax our ego enough to say that this isn't just about me. That even though I'm attached, this is not just about me. And how free this is. How non-contractual this is. How unconvincing this is. You know what I mean? People say, you know, well, who cares what people say? You know, I care more about letting go of what people say and just caring and connecting and giving, because that works for me. Going around and carrying around what people say, that doesn't work for me. Unless it's like the Dhamma teacher, the meditation master, or my spiritual friend on the path. Just because we're not equal doesn't mean that someone is better than you. Spaghetti. You're not, when we talk about mindfulness and detachment and enlightenment and non-duality and these teachings here that we're looking at and all this, you're not equal to me. Why would you be? You haven't trained in meditation. You haven't studied and practiced Buddhism, man. Why would your understanding or position be equal to mine? So this is just when we're looking through the lens of dualism, when we're looking through the lens of self and other, we're getting caught up in these contractions, these misunderstandings of superiority, of inferiority, and equality. So if you think that and this is to all my supporters, this is to all my donors, this is to Shelly and Shelly the dog, and Anthony and Bendingo, and Oliver, and Julie. If you think I'm better than you, you're out of here. 3 strikes, you're out. If you think that you're better than me, you're out of here. This is all just one big contradiction. Don't you be thinking that. You're going to make, you know, we don't need to think someone is better than us to be generous. We don't need to think someone is better than us to give them space. We don't need to and that's oftentimes the problem, right? We're so full of our own shit that we don't know how to be full of space and then offer space to others. Or to be space with others rather than all of the entanglement. So not to be entangled. Am I really mean? That may be the case. I oftentimes think that I'm just not smart enough to do critical thinking, and so I had to get into Zen, I had to get into whatever it was, and now I'm here. And I try to live my life in a way where I can accept that. I was a monk for 7 years, but I'm not a monk anymore. I love you too, AWOL.
Yo money bad me 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 Yo money bad
Remember, we do it all. We can play all we like to play. We can play 100%, but we always need to be playful and friendly and gentle and never get into toxicity and never get into darkness. There is enough darkness in the world. We don't need to unnecessarily bring more darkness, especially into ourselves. So let's be playful. Let's be open-hearted, let's be open-minded, let's be flexible, let's be curious, and let's share. Let's share time, space, practice together. You know what I mean? Let's give out the light, let's give out the brightness. Widen out, we can step back. All of us, if you are having space to stand up, you can stand up for a moment and widen out and open out. Give out, give away the non-thinking. Give out, give away the connection with space. Potato salad, potato salad. Speak nonsense, speak nonsense. Give out whatever is inside, give out. Yankanabadudana, Yankanadadubada, Yoma, give out, give away. Don't contract around the body, don't contract around the self, the thinking, the identity, the separation. Give out the non-separation. Relax and release the whole body and mind. What else are you going to do? What else are we going to do but that? No matter what we do, no matter what we get involved with, we want to know how to step back and release and relax the whole body and mind. That is the stupidity or the unbelievableness of how people act when they come in to be aggressive or to judge or whatever. Because anything and everything can be this reminder for stepping back, relax and release the whole body and mind. And we can even make a sound, you know, maybe it's we don't feel that openness. Just for a moment, just for an instant, that openness, that non-thought, that widening out, that opening out, that sending out, that giving out, right? Maybe we don't feel it, so we can just make a noise. We can open up, make a noise. Or we can just hum. Give as much as you can. Give as much as you can. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And please, friends, whether someone is right or wrong, so someone said, you know, tell everybody why you got kicked out from being a monk, right? Somebody said that. Whether that's totally true, and there's a 5-alarm fire of truth, and we all need to know that, and we all need to deal with that and understand that, right? Whether that's completely true or completely false. You don't just take what people give and then go crazy with it. You don't know who they are. You don't know what they're talking about. Clearly their intention is to disrupt or to create a problem or whatever. It's literally just a username with a random username with a random picture saying a random thing to incite engagement, to get attention, or to whatever. Who knows what they want to do? You have to know how to ignore things like that. You have to know how to detach from things like that, regardless of if it's true or not true. You know what truth is? That's truth for that person, for a dualistic perspective. So we have to know how to not indulge in that, all for those people's sake. You know, because now I have to restrict them, I have to back them up because, you know, we pick that up and we get involved with it. You know, the next thing you're going to have somebody, I found him, he uses the toilet. You know what I mean? I saw him in the toilet. So we have to detach. I saw myself in the toilet. I was with myself in the toilet. Anybody else can relate to that? There's something good, there's something bad, praising, blaming, above, below, equal. It's all irrelevant when you can see through separation. A lot of people talk a lot of nonsense. This is not, know how to not involve with that, not engage with that, know how to ignore it. know how to ignore what I do too. I think if you didn't know how to ignore what I do, it'd be very difficult to be here. We get trapped, we get pulled into other people's ignorance and attachment. Whatever it is, be mindful of it and not attached to it as much as you can. Anyway, it doesn't make sense, as if I was living 7 years at one particular monastery that I would, that said, you got to get out of here. It doesn't make any sense. So, hey everybody, hey Rob, tell everyone how you were a bad monk and not a good monk. Hey Rob, tell everybody why you're bad and you're not good, etc. And these all kinds of things are going to come up. So as much as we can be deeply aware and not attached, we can deal with anything. We can say, okay, this is something I can make use of. This is something I can't make use of. And also to know how to jump over the statement and look into the intention. So there's a Zen saying, dog chases mud ball, lion bites the thrower. We're all here to become the lion that bites the thrower. And we can bite the thrower with generosity. We can bite the thrower with our mindfulness. We can bite the thrower with our willingness to practice meditation deeply, whatever that might mean for us at whatever moment. To cultivate, to listen to a Dharma talk, whatever. No better, no worse. No above, below. Practice, Niksak, listen closely. Practice, not understanding. Practice, not understanding. Be with, not understanding. Practice and be with, not understanding. Literally. Be nice. Don't fight. Don't get into argument. Oh. Don't be ready to stand behind what you say. Be ready to let go of what you say. Don't be ready to hold on to what you think. Be ready to let go of what you think. Don't be ready to be right or ready to be wrong. Be ready to not be anything at all. Yes, a thought. Don't get caught up in any thought that you have. You'll just be a loser and not a good loser. You'll be a bad loser. A faker, a pretender. So just listen and just be open to not understanding. Life isn't just about thinking about things and understanding things, but not understanding to enter through understanding, to enter through not understanding, to enter through whatever it is, to thoughtlessness, to awareness, to mindfulness and detachment. can repeat after me if you like. Arrived, arrived. At home, at home. Here and now. You can open up your hands also. The hands can be very constricted. A lot of karma, a lot of playing on the piano of our intentional actions, our desire to get, our desire to avoid, making choices, doing things, even doing positive things, even doing negative things. It's, we know what we want to do. We want to do positive things. We want to have a good life. But to open up the hands, open up the karma making, to step back and widen out. Arrived, arrived. Together with everything. Arrived, arrived. At home, at home. Here, now. The ultimate. Then we can sing a song about it. Arrived, arrived at home, here and now, the ultimate. Arrived, arrived at home, the ultimate is now. That feels good. I'll do it again. Arrived, arrived at home, here and now, the ultimate. And so that existential dread, or that whatever strong feeling that comes up, allowing, that's okay. This is the way of whatever it is, that's okay. Not making a box, not planning, not figuring something out, not putting our hopes into something, but releasing the box into boxlessness. That it doesn't matter what happens, it will be okay. And I can tell you, everybody here, you can, if nothing else works, you can become a monk or a nun. You can become a full-time volunteer. You can become a full-time yogi. It's not a problem. But you don't need to do that. Just like you don't need to do anything. So just arrived at home, here and now, the ultimate. Complete. It doesn't matter what it is, it's okay. It doesn't matter what happens, it's okay. Now how's it going to be when you actually have to deal with that? And that's, who knows? So don't go into trying to know about it or plan or control or figure it out. Just whatever it is, it's okay. And that is groundbreaking. That is existential freedom, not dread. We think, well, I don't want to be involved in a religion. I don't want to be a monk or a nun, maybe that, and that's okay. But when it comes down to it, are you ready to let go of everything so that you can be free with whatever? And for that opportunity to really be there, what a refuge that is. That it's not just, how am I going to be a businessman? How am I going to be a businesswoman? How am I going to plan for my retirement? But remembering that whatever happens is okay. And that the Sangha, that means like the community of monks and nuns and donors and yogis and volunteers, is alive and well. And if it comes down to that, we can do that. But it's certainly going to be a new experience, but everything in life is a new experience, one way or another. I'll just pay for my cappuccino. Can I pay with the phone? Thank you. From your generosity to the cappuccino in my belly. Direct generosity. Thank you very much, dear friends. So, let's walk around a little bit in the street. Because actually people who are willing to let go and willing to detach and willing to help and to give and to volunteer, there's a lot of value in that. There's more value in that than money. So if you ever are so inspired or so inclined to become a full-time volunteer or something like that, that's definitely possible in a lot of ways, but definitely through my teachers organization in America and different places around the world. But really, where we can give up the body and mind, where we can be free, is here and now. So let yourself be more free in the here and now, and then you just live your life. You don't necessarily need to go to a meditation center or a Zen center or be a monk or a nun or whatever, but you could. Lost and found. That impermanence is okay. That death is okay. That loss is okay. It's not that pain is okay. That pleasure is okay. That whatever it is okay. As much as we know how to get, we have to know how to lose. Otherwise, we'll be imbalanced and we'll always be in conflict with the world, with the way that things are. We won't be able to open up our hands. When I feel lost, I try to relax myself. I try to relax my ego, because it's like inside of the ego, inside of my ego is an American psycho. Whatever. That I want to resolve my life, or I want everything to be perfect. I want everything to be the way that I want it to be, right? And so to relax that, to allow thoughts to happen, to allow, my truth, the truth of my experience to be received and to be listened to and to be held and to breathe with that. Because even then, what are you going to do at that moment? Are you going to fix your entire life? Are you going to go and run until you're enlightened, or run until you're a millionaire or something like that? No. So that being open and being patient and being with life as it is, it's almost like we have to learn how to be like, it's almost like we have to learn how to be like this. To lay down and to let go, even when everything isn't working out. Oh, I like snakes a lot, but I don't like the idea of being bitten or poisoned, and also, being surprised. We have to be very, very deep in like a meditative way, in a meditative experience, to not be surprised by anything. And we get that idea to help them, right? But actually, one of the best ways that we can help is to let go. Not to be idealistic. Oh, we're going to save the world or become Jesus or fix everything. What are you going to do? It's not a fantasy. It's not a pretend. It's not a game. Let's go to Gaza. Let's march on Gaza. We can't. But if you were here, you could try to help him in your own way. It's just that when you try to help, attachment, like that idea that there's something inherent or there's something inherently wrong with being on the street, it's not correct. It is what it is. It's the nature. It's the karma. Yeah, he's sleeping. Let him sleep. Let him rest. And that's the other thing. People have different ideas. That's why letting go is most important, because Ethan says he's sleeping, leave him alone. Rose says help him. So now we want to leave him alone. We want to help him. We've all got our own ideas, but now two people are fighting in front of him and waking him up and bothering him. That's why letting go or detachment is really the only reliable answer. If we make more blessings, if we live in a more kind and generous and enlightened way, then that will affect the environment around us in all kinds of ways. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. No problem. Different religions, no problem. How much? This one? 79 total? Yes. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, for here. No, not pufferfish. Durian. That's a good question, Colin. Very stinky, very stinky. Smells like stinky medicine, rotten medicine, old medicine. That's what it smells like.
It's like eating custard in the boil.
Just like custard.
Yeah.
Custard and like onion milk. Custard, like milk custard with onion. So the ethics, the virtue as it's taught in Buddhism, it's like in terms of skillfulness. So it's not getting into philosophy. Very creamy, just creamy like custard, like an onion custard. Almost like a fish. Fish, onion, rotten, sweet custard. That smells like rotten medicine.
It's an acquired taste.
It's an acquired taste,
Yes.
that's right. And so it's like you do certain things, but you have a side effect. So even if something feels good, you do something that feels good, but maybe then you feel depressed, or you feel weak, or you feel anxious, or you feel shame, or what have you. So it's kind of with more and more awareness and more capacity to not do what you could do and to do what you couldn't do, you're opening up the door of like freedom in terms of your ego or egolessness. So that's why we call doing good deeds blessings, because it's not just relegated to your body, like when you do good, you feel good, but that goodness or that awareness emanates out into the environment. So you be more lucky, you be more protected, because you are radiating goodness, you are radiating mindfulness, you're radiating skillfulness and freedom, and vice versa. For a lot of people, this would be completely disgusting. They'd be like, no way. It's kind of a meme because it's very common for the Asian people to love durian very much. And it's very common for the Westerner to not like it. So people can be very surprised when the Westerner like the durian. It seems like something that there would be maggots inside of, but of course there's no maggots inside. You can see very. And people believe have many special properties, many good properties. I mean, look at it. It looks like something special, you know what I mean? It doesn't look like a normal fruit. So you see the outside of this. That's wild. These are really hard spikes. You can't just hold this in your hand. You can't just pick it up like that. And then inside, look at that. So it's really unusual. Can I have the water? The water? Very sweet. Yeah, I almost feel like the Buddha or my teacher, you know, they want me to come back to the life of the monk. But this doesn't make sense to me right now. Thank you. Well, being very open, yeah, present moment awareness, being very flexible, not getting involved in any kind of contrivance or rites and rituals. So like trying to maintain this some semblance of independence and also accessibility and availability. What I really like to do, what I love to do is, you know, what I'm doing now, what we're doing here. And that is also like right in line with me continuing on my path of enlightenment, you know, deepening my practice. So this is my practice, you know, this is my way of going further along in enlightenment and helping others to do that too. And that's really all I want to do right now. because it's a little bit unusual to be in relationship with people in a way that's not about entertainment, that's not about business. It can be difficult to understand that. So opening this door, it's really giving me a big chance to experiment and to learn more about what that means and what that looks like and what that can be like. To be in relationship with each other through this non-duality or this path making or working to end suffering or practicing generosity and kind of viewing it that way as well. Can taste banana, can taste mango, can taste like so many different things in the durian fruit. Taste a little bit of like coffee. Very smelly food. And the question is, where's this headed, or how far can you take it? How far do you want to take this thing? And I think it's enough to just be in my own work of ending suffering and doing what's good and finding ways to connect with my own heart through generosity and helping others do that as well. And so there's a richness in the enoughness of it, and I'm trying to really simmer and settle in that, because I've been moving a lot, and I've been very worked up in a lot of ideas. When I was doing this in a little bit of a different way as a monk, I was really deeply into the Buddhist framework, and so I, come and ordain, become a monk or a nun, and do this and do that, and take refuge in the religious aspect of it as much as you can. And now I'm not really, of course I'm still very aligned with Buddhism and aligned with my teacher and my Tabar, I'm a family member of Tabarwa, my teacher's organization, but there's also just a real sense of letting everything come to a rest. And that when I was ordained, when I was wearing the robes, there was like this constant push. Blackberries are fantastic. This constant push to develop and to get enlightened and to go to this monastery and to attend this retreat and this and that and this and that. And I think that was good for me. That did help me develop and grow and learn. But I'm happy to not have that now. To really not have anywhere to go and not be carrying around that status of, I'm a monk and you're not. Or whatever. Because, Barbie, there's a special connection here. You feel it, I feel it, we all feel it. There's a connection here. There's a sense of safety. There's a sense of openness and heart here. I'm just as glad that you're here as you are glad that I'm here. Because you are in me and I am in you. And we can be happy about that. And it just, I don't know, for me it's just such a shame because there are so few places, if any, that are like established where this kind of sensibility, this kind of openness and flexibility is available, for people to come and volunteer, to come and practice, to come and be in community, to come and figure things out. Of course, there's Buddhist temples everywhere. You go to Bodh Gaya, India, or I'm sure you go to Nepal, you go to these different places, there's temples everywhere. But good luck trying to find a temple where you can sit down and relax and do some study, or have a coffee or have a tea, or, Buddha forbid, be able to talk with a monk. Or Buddha forbid, be able to get involved in some way. Or Buddha forbid, be able to stay there because you're looking for a place to stay. You know what I mean? Well, we're still here, Tom. It's just changing flavor, changing form, but it's still here. So you're welcome to come back and participate. And the reason that the Discord was shut down and that I moved away from that, it was too much on me. It was too much on my back. It was too much mine. It was too much me doing everything. And we tried to do some things, and it was just like people weren't ready to do that. Oh, the hate Discord, that was a big play. But yeah, you're welcome. You tune in. We're live streaming like 8 hours a day here. And I think that's mainly because I wanted so much out of it. I wanted to push it so much to this particular place, looking at my teacher and his organization and where all that was, and it was just too much. It gets to your head. It can get to your head. Well, I've been here for a while. I like Bante, I like Rob, so if you're acting a certain way, get out. It's dangerous. We're all here to generate loving kindness, to be equal, to love ourselves as much as we love the other, as much as we love everybody. This is just the reflection. This is just like you looking in the mirror, but it's an interesting mirror experience. No, it happens according to consistency, but there's also this ingredient here that that's kind of unsure about. We're coming from a Western culture. We're not in the 60s. We're not in the 70s. So how invested can we really be in something like this? How much faith, how much trust can we actually be? How much can we give ourselves to this, basically? And for me, I can give everything to it, but for a lot of people, that's not so accessible. So we just give a little bit here and there, and let it happen organically. There's no other way to do it anyway. You wouldn't want to do it any other way. Then you're getting into contracts, you're making deals, you're trying to set this up and trying to set that up, and it just becomes a big headache. So we have to become the masters of our headaches. Don't let the headache be the master of you. You the master of the headache. By being okay with the headache, by not being in conflict with the way that it is, even though that's unpleasant. So don't complain. Don't complain about it. Just accept it. Just let it go. Be patient. Wait. Just be patient and wait. Because whatever it is, it will pass away. Whether it's good, whether it's bad. We can't slow down time and speed it up, but we can endure and we can embrace and we can be with. So that is the most important one. I didn't pay for my durian. Look, you get free durian here in Malaysia. What can I say? When you live like me, everything's free. Unbelievable. I have to pay you, sir. Yeah. We both get lucky. Oh, thank you. Okay, take care. Yes. Grace. Wonderful, wonderful grace. Wonderful, wonderful, unexcelled forgiveness, unlimited forgiveness, unconditional forgiveness. Yes, that's right. That is right. Woohoo! W's in the chat for all the new subs. We're headed to 20K subscribers, everybody. Let's get it. Let's go. 20K, 20K, 20K. Come on. Let's go. Did I lose him? I've been stalked before. Not too big of a deal. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Who that? Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani It's good. It's a purifying mantra, so it's good. If you want something to be stuck in your head, make sure it's compassion or concerned with compassion, you know what I mean? And that's like there's like a selfless ingredient in that like you can turn anything into what you think about it. But if you're generous, if you know how to detach or to abandon or to let go just a little bit, to give away, then you recognize that is not about me. That's not about what I think about it. That's why faith can be very important and very powerful, because like they would say, someone who has a deep faith in the Tibetan Buddhism, they'll say, you know, Om Mani Padme Hum. It's like a very special, very powerful sound that you know, comes from ancient times. It has a special power inside of it. So you just remember that, you know, and you can use attachments to be free from attachments, just like you can use pain to be free from pain. But not just to enjoy it. Well, maybe just to enjoy it sometimes. Enjoy without attachment, which is just enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 You trick me once, shame on me. You trick me twice, shame on them. You trick me 3 times, you ain't gonna trick me 3 times. Someone just roll up there and say hello. I think maybe this is Malay. Maybe this is like Malay clothing or something. So maybe that's why they do that.
Oh, moment have been meal, 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 moment have been meal. Ah, you can send it to me. You can send me a link or what have you. Family Wellness Center. I like wellness. Hello.
Hello, sorry, Kap.
What kind of place is this? This just like massage parlor?
Yes, this is massage center.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm just curious about it. So I take a look. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Blessings, okay? Many boon for you. Boon, boon, boon. I thought maybe hot springs or hot tub.
Iya, boleh 8 malam. Sampai 30. Oh, sampai 30. Baru kita.
It's not really so simple as just coming back to the States to teach. You need a place, you need a platform, you need a meditation center in a good location. You know, you need an organization that wants to invite you or facilitate you to be able to give some teachings. Buddhism and Hare Krishnas are quite different in terms of Hare Krishnas is like a Hindu philosophy, a lot of different gods and worlds and dimensions and all that stuff, and that's kind of a fundamental part of the teachings. But in the Buddhism, you know, we let's say we have that stuff, but it's not the core teaching. It's not really important. It's not really very important. So that's the main difference. Hey Bixby. Namaste. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, very good. It's a nice idea, you know, it's kind of very innocent mentality that, well, it's a Buddhist center, it's a meditation center, so you can go there and teach, but these places, they tend to be very locked down, very closed down. They have their own teachers, they have their own things they're teaching, and it's something that I really don't agree with, which is, you know, everything's built on certifications, or you went through this training or went through that training. But for me, if I'm a teacher, if I have a place,
and I'm considering whether or not to accept someone to come in and teach or share, I'm gonna use my heart. I'm gonna use my gut. I'm gonna rely on my own experience and reasoning. But most places there's no access for that. So a possibility would be if you were like a member or a big donor of a temple or a meditation center, and then you could have, you could talk with the organizing committee and get them to invite someone to come and give a talk. But really, I'm a nobody in the world of Buddhism. I'm less than a nobody. So I'm very happy to have this platform here to share and to listen and to learn and to teach. Here.
你说这个，然后等你回来哦。当时跟你要怎么回来？怕太迟了，我还要去草那边那边。我先。哦，我看出了，看一下去。
Can I have coconut?
No more?
Yeah.
Bandan?
Huh?
No more bandan.
The best one. The best of the best.
Bandan.
Yes. It's very interesting and I think important idea how, you know, as much as this is live stream, as much as this is live streaming, it more so just is. So I don't feel like I need to perform or teach or be in some particular way because it just is. If I had even 20 people together with me just looking at me and I couldn't see them and I couldn't hear them, well, that I could see them and I could hear them, that would probably be very overwhelming. But in this way, there can be 100 people with me and just is what it is. Sounds good, Oliver. Just force with relaxation. Don't force too much. Who are you challenging, Grimlore? You challenging me? Are you challenging a ghost?
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. We are almost up to 200 likes. 200 likes is our goal for today. We're almost there. Let's get some big W's in the chat. It's hilarious, no Kodar. Do I have Malaysian citizenship? No, I do not. I'm just here visiting for the time being. Because my teacher has some monasteries and some temples here in Malaysia. So I come to visit and to stay here a little bit. See, I don't know why I chose Malaysia, why I chose to come here. I have no idea. Oh. Oh, hey, Kenneth. Take care, brother. I live stream. You want to say hello?
No.
Say hello.
Hello.
Okay, thank you for the coconut. Yo. Gotta get that energy back up. Yo. yo, 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 joy, 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 joy. No, you don't want to be spiritually intimidating, but you do want to give people something to wet their whistle, especially when they're just coming by for a few moments. Give them something to experience, and be happy, relax, and be careful. Who's ready to go into the gadget zone? I know I am. Who here loves gadgets? The gadget zone. Yo, 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 yo. I just come to look around in some of the things. Yo, 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 yo,
Meditation up the kush, drinking high, taking trish. New spaghetti gone to this side. Soon as the bitch hit the bitch stop, you down or you scared. I know she was just about to say it. I break a little bread, don't let this shit go to your head.
See, even Future is talking about meditation. You're not going to get anything here. Ooh, look at this. You can drive. Can I drive the car? Drive the car, it's okay. Look at this, everybody. Now I'm the car driver. Whatever you do, just don't try to be mean to other people. Don't try to tear other people down, you know what I mean? Just be open-hearted and open-minded and be curious and innocent. We're just way too lost in the sauce, after all. Okay, you ready? Oh, I'm a very skillful driver. Yes. We're gonna do this. Come on.
What I'm saying, Kevin, is I'm saying Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 No. Can someone look up the definition for Om Mani Padme Hum, each syllable, each word, and they can share it with us, what it means? Yeah, Om Mani Padme Hum. It's basically, it means compassion. It's the sound of compassion. Clicks, who are you to say what I want? How do you know what I want? How do you know who I am? Clicks. How did you discover who I really am, who I truly am? Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. It can be the sound of annoyance, can it? Life can be very annoying. I never met the Dalai Lama. I had a chance to once, but didn't work out. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 Namo Guan Shi Yin. So Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa is the Bodhisattva of compassion. So it's like an archetype. It's a Buddhist archetype of great compassion. Great compassion, great forgiveness. Well, I don't need to be rich. And I don't know how to do that anyway. I'm American. I'm from America. Any sound, any practice, any effort, any exertion that gets you out of the dualistic, complicated mind. What are you stuck on, Steve? What are you stuck in? Thank you, Donnie. I've had many teachers, Cal, but my main teacher is, especially in monastic life, is Sayadaw Ashen Otamatara. Sayadaw Ashen Otamatara. Well, Steve, come here and listen, come here and connect, and, you know, we'll see if we can get you unstuck. We'll see if you can get unstuck, step by step. Slowly but surely, you know? Not in a hurry. I think a big reason that a lot of people are stuck and stay stuck is because they're in a hurry to get unstuck. It's like quicksand. When you're rushing and moving around to get out of the quicksand, you sink lower. You get more and more problems in it, you know what I mean? So that's not a good thing. That's not what you want to happen. So don't let it go. Just let it go. Relax about that, whatever it is. Let it go and let it be. Oh, that's nice, man. They say mountains have a lot of potency, a lot of spiritual potency. Faith over fear. How can I be your student? Listen and learn. If you want to set up a meeting or a call, we could do that, I suppose. But come here and listen and learn. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, so I'm I'm deeply informed by Buddhism and meditation, mindfulness and detachment. Stoicism is kind of a halfway philosophy compared to like Buddhism or serious meditation practice. So, yeah, we want instant results. Hey, you already are my student and you're my big guy. You're my big guy and you're my special guy. You know that. Hey, you don't need to be my student. You're already my big guy. Right? Aren't you? So, nice. Waterfalls. But you know what they say, MM? Don't go chasing waterfalls, my friend. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Doo, 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 doo. Take a look in here. Hello. Well, this is a nice place, beautiful place. What kind of things you have here? Just a normal...
With our coffee, soda, and our special drink.
Is this your shop or you just work
No,
here?
just work.
You're working here.
Yes.
Let me get... let me get Starry Starry Night. Or no, let me get Lavender Fizz.
Lavender fizz.
Yeah, less sweet, not too much sweet.
Yep.
Just a little sweet. This is going to be great. And do you have Wi-Fi here?
Our Wi-Fi is down.
Oh, Wi-Fi down, okay. That's okay.
Yep, it'll be 30.
Can I try to use my phone? Pay by phone?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Is there upstairs also or just down here?
Down here.
Okay. You can keep the receipt.
So you are free or you?
I'll have for here, yeah. You know, Americans don't believe in that stuff, aura, purple. But it's true, you know, they have a teaching in the Asian country about the heat and the cold. So the durian is very hot. So they say if you eat too much durian, or same with mango, you eat too much mango, you get a hot sickness. And I've experienced for myself where I eat a lot of durian and then the hot burns out. It burns out of my skin. So I get a rash or I get an opening. I get an opening on my skin, on my body. So be careful about that stuff, guys. The Asians know a lot of good, important stuff. Ooh. I wouldn't say that life is absurd. I would say that I is absurd, and I do my best to live up to that. I don't know what absurdum means in that context, Caden, but here we don't believe in self. So this is not like a Christian adjacent philosophy, so this is not a Western psychological adjacent philosophy. What that means is we don't believe that there's a soul or a real true self that's actually there. In the same way that your stomach is not like yourself, right? So your stomach may have different qualities. Your stomach may have different tendencies. So you get a stomach ache in a particular way, right? Often. But that doesn't mean that your stomach has an identity, a soul or something like that. And so it's the same for the mind. That this idea of self, or this idea of a real true person and a real true story, people tend to hear that but not really hear it, if you know what I mean. Exactly as I say it. Idea that we are a real true person in a real true story. But this is saying that actually we're not. It just maybe appears that way at a moment or in a dream. So it's like, can you carry all of your dreams around with you? Or do you wake up from that dream? So we say, well, I had this kind of experience. Well, I had this sense that I was someone or whatever. But what we learn, what we realize is that we wake up from that dream. We wake up from the dream of a personal identity, a personal ego, and we see that everything kind of inter-is. So some people are Christian, but not everybody is Christian. No, we're not smoking weed, we're not getting high, we're concerned with the truth. We're going to talk about these things, we're going to look at these things together. One more word about the fish tank and I'm going to lose it. Do not use the word tank or fish again. Enough with the fish tank. Pabaja. I know Upasampada and Upajaya, but I don't know Pabaja. I took Upasampada on December 16th, 2018. And I disrobed early this year, early in 2025. I was never very close with my Upajaya because, you know, as it is in the modern temple system, oftentimes they ordain many monks and you know, you don't necessarily get to have that direct contact and spend time with your ordaining teacher. But the master that I was in dependence with for 5+ years is Sayadaw Ashin Otamatara from Myanmar. Yeah, can put here, thank you. But I don't know Pabaja. You can tell me what Pabaja means. Thank you so much. See you, have a Zen day. I am enough. Okay, flowers and shrooms. The real monks know the herb. Look, we're not doing a Rastafari, okay? A teacher, a leader, in the here and now I dwell. Yeah. Well, it's interesting, yeah, you can look into it, but it's more
important. Your money, but my home, your money, bed me home, your money, bed me home. Number one G was on, 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 I'm the crazy, 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 I'm the crazy. No, it's okay. It is interesting if they're really dying, those fish or not. I don't know. I was just teasing you guys, messing with you guys. I'm the crazy, 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 I'm the crazy. The connection's poor. What's going on? No Wi-Fi. Oh my gosh. How is it possible? So there's no Wi-Fi here? No Wi-Fi?
And we have, but the network is down.
Oh.
I'm barely surviving on my own.
Oh, yeah.
Data also.
Yeah. That's the idea, Caden. Yeah, that's the idea. And so it's that idea and being open to that idea, it makes it a kind of workable situation to beginning to move towards realizing no self, right? So it's like we can have an intellectual idea of impermanence, that everything is impermanence, that everything is temporary, right? But it's another thing to kind of realize and digest and process the truth, the reality of impermanence. We can't give up just yet. We've only just begun. It's a time for a new beginning. We can't give up just yet. We can't stop just now, because now's the time for a new beginning. There's a place for here and now. There's a place for this moment. There's a place for being. There's a place for seeing. There's a place for singing without thought. We're gonna go beyond our limits, beyond our times, beyond all expectations and astrological signs. We are penetrating the cosmos of non-dual, non-fixation, moving past the nastiness of anger. We are waking up, beginning in this moment and putting down the cup of our desire and our fear,
finding happiness right now. We say goodbye to the fishes and hello to the face of peace. The gunjin bozu, the gunjin duzu, the gunjin duzu gunduzi. On the gwizzy, the gwizzy, the gwizzy, the gwizzy, the gwizzy, the gwizzy. I was surprised. I saw that comment. Someone said, you know, we've got another wave of the trolls coming in. And I said, if you can deal with me, if you can deal with my antics, I'm sure that you're going to be able to deal with anybody else who comes in here. Kindness, and you know, we think about more just ourselves. We think about more than just ourselves and what we do and how we live and how we are. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 I don't know what's going on here. The internet's cutting out. Everything's starting to change. Everything's starting to change. Everything's changing. Everything's in a state of change. Maybe I need more data. Maybe I'm running out of data. Hello? Are we connected? Hello? Hello? Hallelujah. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Change, it's like everything is changing. There are rules that you can't break as a monk, but I'm not a monk. Everything is changing all the time. It's just change is more like solid. Change is more real than things not changing. So how do I approach change? I am change. You know what I mean? This is change. This is changing. Oh. All right, are we all going to do it together? Are we all going to do the Om together? Are we all going to practice meditation, sound meditation with the Om together? Okay, everybody ready? Caden, you ready? Bring our hands together like this. Let it be soft at the beginning, then it grows, it develops. Together. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 We have a lot of our young friends here. The children are here, so this is one of the practices that they are very comfortable with. We're on 50% battery here. Everybody, we're almost at 200 likes. You know that's the goal that we've been looking for. So if you haven't already, leave a like now. Let's see who's going to get the 200th like. Who's going to be the one that gets the 200th like? One more. One more. Here we go. Who's going to get the 200th like? Who's going to get the 200th like? We are all the leaves of one tree. We are all the leaves of one tree. The time has come for all to be as one. We are all the seeds of the earth. We are all the seeds of the earth. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. Bring the mind home to the body. Take a deep breath. The mind home to the body. Feel the heart beating. Feel the body being. Let it be, let it flow, right? Isn't that what they say? Let it go, let it be. Let those chakras open up, everybody. Let all your chakras open up. Let your chakras open up, for real. Let it all process, let it all go through. Let it all relax and release, okay? Open up your kundalini, okay? I go by many names, but the name you may call me, Kieran, is the real power man. In a sense, we can say that he is the real power man. In a sense, we can say that I am the real power man. B, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, B? Kundalini is just nothing. Don't think about it. This is a teaching on not believing anything. This is a teaching on not thinking about anything. This is a teaching on just being open to what is and not getting caught up in the appearances. Joey, I'm about to hone in on you, okay? I don't like that username and that profile picture, Clogger. I don't think that's appropriate. We're going to get rid of that. And Keith, we can deal with you as well. I'm not afraid of you, Keith. And we're not going to joke around about weaponry and harming other people, Patrick. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. I'm not crazy, 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 I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, 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 yo. I'm not crazy, 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 I'm not
Yo
Yes, we will, Clicks. Yes, we will. We'll talk about that, but first, don't be in a hurry. Let's relax. Let's release. Let's sing together. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing out. I am water, reflecting. I am water, reflecting, reflecting. What is real? What is true? What is real? What is true? What is true? how do we meditate, right? How do we practice meditation? How do we meditate? How do we practice meditation? Just be aware of your heart beating. Just be aware of what's happening. Just be aware. Don't worry about if Buddhists are this or that, if they eat this or that food. Don't worry about what's going on with my digestion system. Don't even worry about what's going on with my mind. Don't worry. But let yourself be aware. Being accepting of changes, being aware. If you feel relaxed and if you feel open, you can actually close your eyes and you can go deeply into yourself. There is no son, there is no father, there is no story. There is just now. All you have is just now. The reason that a lot of meditation teachers tell people to focus on their breathing is because you can't breathe in the past. You can't breathe in the future. You can't take out a loan of oxygen. The breathing in the here and the now. Relax your face, relax your butt, relax your stomach, relax your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Relax the whole thing. And feel it. All those things that have happened to us, all those things that have happened to other people, all those things that could happen, all those things that are happening. Relax and Imagine if someone came up to you in the street like this. Because we're face to face, right? You're facing your phone. So imagine if somebody just moved over into your view. You're looking over here and somebody pops in. It's happening. So open to that wonderfulness, open to that preciousness. Tell your dad about this. Tell your mom about this. Tell them what happened to here. Tell your partner about this experience that you're going through. Tell your teacher what's going on in this live stream. Tell your friends at school. Tell everybody. Don't be shy. Don't hide it. Open out widely to this happening, to this unfolding, to this experiencing. Open up your heart, expose your heart. Deep breath in. Even Goku had the heart virus, so don't take it personally. Everybody's got a brain tumor, everybody's got lung cancer, everybody's got cancer around their whole bodies, in and outside their whole bodies. Everybody's gonna die. You're lucky. You're fortunate to get the holy messenger, to get the teaching. You're gonna die. If only everyone here could get that teaching. Maybe that's going to be my next live stream is you're going to die, 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 you're going to die.